Brothers floating in the air.
Yo. Good morning. Morning. How's it going? We're at 36. Oh, degrees? It's like 45 here. It's 75 where you are? Jesus. So nice. What's up? What's up, Saul? How are you? It's not super cold, but it's kind of cold. Yeah, it's 45. Well, 46. 33. Went to Hikaru Nakamura stream, typed Magnus Carlsen is better, triggered everyone left. There you go. Good way to start the day. 33 there? How's it 75 where you are straight? Man, it is a nice day out though. In the DFW area? Yep. It is 46. It is nice out though. You know, from what I saw, even though I have not been outside, I just looked out a window, not a cloud in the sky. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. How are you? I burnt my tongue on an egg roll this morning, you know, that I reheated. So my tongue is like a little, you know, that burnt feeling that you feel on your tongue. That's happening. I didn't expect you to be a chess fan. I'm surprised. I know a little bit about chess. I don't know a ton, but I know a little bit. You know? I'm good. It's my day off today, so I'm pretty excited. There you go. How are you going to spend your day off? Like an egg roll or an egg roll? It was a homemade one, so it was huge. It was like a giant egg roll, and I reheated it, but the inside of the egg roll was much hotter than the outside. And so in my excitement, I burnt my tongue. We're all good, though. Bro, same. I finally have a day off. Thank God. Especially after the lights went out. I'm flying tonight. So darn hype. Yo. Yo, good morning, Feeve. How are you? I will watch you stream, then I will go watch the Champions League soccer games, and then probably stream. Who are you a fan of in the Champions League? I don't know much about them, but Blue Lock has me interested. How are you, Feeve?
You don't know the way. Do you know the way?
We do have a few new sounds, you know? A few new sounds. Real Madrid.
Ooh, that brother's floating in the
I love that one. I wish it let me use the whole sound, but that's still good. I knew you were going to say that. I know like a little bit. I almost said Real Madrid. Madrid versus Liverpool tonight, going for 7-2 aggregate. I always get confused because I know they have a... Blue Lock is dope. I fucking love Blue Lock. I'm behind by 3 episodes. But I was talking to Lino last night, who is also a streamer, and he said it gets crazy. So after stream, I need to catch up. I'm doing okay, up and down. Yo, what's up, Vex? How are you? Blue Lock is awesome. It is. When Japan was doing good in the World Cup, I was so hyped, especially because they had like some Blue Lock fits and stuff on. Top tier. Fake Madrid over Real Madrid all day. All day. We root for the fakes around here. All day. All day. So for some reason, my Stream Deck updated and now my mute mic button, like my toggle mute, does not work. It was Vinland Saga Monday yesterday and I forgot. Rip. I don't remember what came out yesterday. I didn't watch any anime yesterday. I was going to, but I got distracted. Liverpool is already behind by 3 goals. Playing at the Bernabeu will definitely not be easy. Yeah, mine too. It's annoying. I'm still trying to fix that. Yeah, it updated this morning. What's Blue Lock about? It's the greatest, well, in my opinion so far, the greatest sports anime I've ever seen. It's about how they take strikers from all these soccer teams across Japan and they basically lock them into this camp to make them better. And only one person can win to be the striker for the Japan World Team. Oh, Ad is interrupting you, gang. Let me know when you're back, Vex. Give me a thumbs up when you're done. The greatest sports anime is Slam Dunk, hands down. I haven't seen that one. I like Galactic Football too. Not exactly an anime, but yeah. I love it though. Blue Lock is fire. Nah, Shaolin Soccer is the best anime ever. What is that? I'm on an anime site right now. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it on here, unfortunately. What? Yeah, I don't see it on here. I've never heard of it. But to be fair, I'm not one who really enjoys sports anime. To be fair. It's not an anime, it's a movie. Oh, that's why. Yeah, I've never seen it. It's a Chinese movie. Oh, my fault. But Shaolin Soccer GOAT, I have to watch it. Currently catching up on AOT. I'm on season 3, episode 43. How you liking it, Vex? The kickball episode of Boondocks, great. Goated. Yo, what's up? It's the fucking Doc. What's up? How are you, Doc? How the fuck are you? I am good. I'm good. How are you? It's the fucking legend over here, guys. It's the Doc. We got the Doc in the stream. It's actually super good. I recommend it. I'll have to watch it. We legendary, my guy? Legendary. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear, Doc. That's what I like to hear. The kickball episodes of Boondocks was great, but I think my favorite episode of the Boondocks is the basketball one. The basketball one or the Usher episode. Those two are my favorite. So good. If you like 90s anime scratch, you'll love Slam Dunk. Okay. The thing is, like, Blue Lock is my first sports anime. Because if there's 2 anime that I didn't really watch, what are we playing today? More Mass Effect? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thug and Love. Oh. Thug and Love was good, too. My favorite episode of the Boondocks is the teacher one. The one where he gets fired for saying nigga. That one was funny. I love that one. How's a nigga gonna borrow Fry? But we are playing more Mass Effect. My goal today is 2 companion quests. 2 companion quests. I'm not ending till I get 2 companion quests done. No matter what happens. Forgot how good AOT is. I watched the first season when there was only the first season, but decided to get back after hearing about it finally. It's good. That's based off a real story too? Interesting. I didn't know I had a based emote. I'm not gonna lie to you. So I have to like mouse over it. Dude, the best episode is when they introduce old Stinkmeaner. Stinkmeaner is so fucking funny. The Chris Hansen one. Yo, there are so many good ones. Stinkmeaner is... Or when Grandpa brought home that girl that was crazy. I forgot what the name of that one was. That one was great too. I actually heard that HBO was going to reboot it and that they had recorded 8 episodes, but they canned it because it was taking too long. I was heartbroken. I heard that the other day. Granddad with that one hoe. That's exactly what I was talking about. That one was so funny. God, I love that show. It was one of my favorite shows. So good. But they said, hopefully they pick it back up. Because 8 episodes are good. I'm a booty warrior. It would be really cool to watch that again. 100%. They have so much material, too. Finding out Reiner was the Armored Titan and how he casually told Eren about it like nothing. Wild. That was one of my favorite reveals. That was so intense. I remember watching that live. Well, not live, but you know, like when it was first happened. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. He's like, I likes you. So we can do this either the easy way or the hard way. Your choice. Oh, such good ones. I love the Boondocks. I really wish they'd come back. I see you choosing the hard way. I wish they'd bring it back. There's so much material, too. So much. But I think they said they were going to change the animation style for it. Because it was supposed to... Let me see. Close that. It's supposed to be... Where's the reboot art? Is it this one? Kind of. Hold on. There's a picture I'm looking for. Bro, what's crazy is people say that show's racist. They always do. People are weird about that stuff. Oh, here's the art. Let me open a new tab. I think that guy was based off a real guy. He is. It was off of, I think it was an MSNBC interview. Dude, when old Stinkmeaner possesses that dude in court, oh my God. Yeah, I think he was. Anime topics are when I zone out. Well, to be fair, I don't know if we consider the Boondocks an anime. People always got to bring race into shit, man. I'm saying. So here is the new art. This is what it was supposed to look like the rebooted art, which isn't bad. I'm not gonna lie. It's not bad. I was still cool with it. Boondocks is dope though. The thing that was they said that when they first started rebooting it, John Witherspoon died. And so they said they still had a plan for Granddad, but I don't know how they were going to do that. I'll give credit where credit's due. I love that show. That looks good, right? This show looks so good. Like, this is good. Tom, we got Tom, Riley, Huey, Granddad. You know? I forget Tom's wife's name. Is it Sarah? Now I'm going to need Tom looking finer. Yeah, right now he looks scared. He does look scared. Not an anime. It's shithousery is what it is. Exactly. My Anaconda don't want none. That Usher episode was so fucking funny. God, I love that one. That Usher episode with Tom. Oh, so good, man. They need to bring it back. I don't care how long the reboot takes. Bring the show back. Want to watch a fucking great anime series? Animated series? Arcane. Arcane. Why does that sound familiar? It's on Netflix? It is on Netflix. pulling up the Netflix page, even though I'm not signed in. We should just watch the Boondocks then. Teacher episode is my favorite. So good. Arcane was wild because it's League of Legends. That's why. Even though I've never played League, ever. Scratch, you ever watch Code Monkeys? Hold on. I don't think so. No, I haven't. I've seen like the picture, like the 8-bit picture for it, but I've never. You gotta watch Cyberpunk Edge Runners. I've been meaning to do that. It's this, right? This is it? I've never played League. The show's insane, dude. Funny and short. Code Monkeys. Okay. Cyberpunk is good. League makes me want to throw up. I've seen what League does to people, and I just refuse to. Yeah, it's all free on Peacock. Okay. I'm keeping that up. Code Monkeys, though? Really? Keep it that way? Yeah, League, I've seen what it does to people. 80s stories about the video game industry. Ooh. So this is on Peacock. I'm clicking the page so I have it up. Please don't play audio. Okay, I have it up. That's going to be good. I knew I'd heard Arcane, because I've heard of some characters and fart jokes and weed jokes. I love that. Y'all remember an old cartoon called Kappa Mikey? I do not know what that is. I'm going to be honest with you. What channel was that on? I see the art, but I myself I've never heard of it, to be honest. Art's not bad. When did it come out? You don't need to have knowledge of the game for the show, Scratch. Trust. Okay, bet. I'm going to watch. It's only... How many episodes is it? It's only 9 episodes? That's quick. That's quick, too. Cartoon Network, I think. I feel like Cartoon Network, I trust that this is a good show because Cartoon Network was on it. I think I've seen the image, but I never saw it. Yeah, like I've never seen it. Hold on, what is this? Oh, they canned it. Oh, I thought I saw another Boondock story. Yeah, I've never seen it, but I trust it. If it's a Cartoon Network show, even still, I trust them. Cartoon Network still has good shows from what I've heard. It's about a shit American character that moves to Japan and gets a lead role in a TV show, and all the shit he does is just funny. That actually sounds good. That's a good plot line. When did this come out? 06? No, 02. How did I never hear about this? Y'all remember this one show with a guy who was like a beak and talks funny? He has 2 left legs. Bro, Ed, and Eddie? I fucking love Ed, and Eddie. Oh my god. Ed, and Eddie? I watch that show all the time. Man. It made me want a giant jawbreaker, but I could never find them. Angry Beavers? I love that show. Johnny Bravo. Which Ed are you? I'm not. Okay. Hold on. Let me pull the picture. Let's open this in a new tab. So, I was probably this one. I can't lie, I'm Ed the dumb one. I wasn't quite here, but I wasn't quite. I feel like happy medium. Am I the only one that had a crush on the blue-haired sister? The blue-hair... Hold on. I gotta pull her up. Let's pull all the characters up. The blue-haired sister was the best one. This image is small. She was the best one. She was the best one. This one annoyed me. Him right here, I forgot his name. Yeah, the Kanker sisters. This one right here, he was funny as hell. And we all love Plank. Rolf, is that her name? Yeah. She was the best one. She was the best girl in the series. Rolf, the son of a shepherd. Yeah. Rolf was a menace. So funny. That's his name. Yeah, his name. I've realized when he said son of a shepherd. Hilarious. But she right here, best girl. She was. And we all love Plank. Plank was the GOAT. Without Plank, there's no show. Let's be real. No show without Plank. Remember the episode when Ed turns into a cereal monster? Yes, dude. God. What a great show. Y'all fuck with Hey Arnold? You damn right I do. I have a Gerald Funko Pop in the corner over here. Hey Arnold? I love that shit. I love Hey Arnold. Cat Dog too. I used to love Cat Dog. Gerald is the best boy, 100%. 100%. I have a Gerald Funko Pop. You can't. Oh, you probably. It's blurred, but it's over there. All this old nigga talk, I'm not in the right place. Bro, you just don't have culture, bro. I don't know how you didn't inherit it. You just don't have it. We all wanted his bedroom. Arnold's bedroom was so cool. Kids Next Door. I still reminisce about Ben 10. Ben 10 was good. Rocket Power is the whole reason I wanted to learn how to skate. Yeah, you just don't watch TV. But if I pulled up Jackie Chan Adventures right now, you would know what it was. Like, don't get me started, bro. Damn, bro, we are a bunch of 90s kids reliving nostalgia. Like, he was here for Jackie Chan. Yeah. Jackie Chan Adventures, man. Y'all remember Mucha Lucha? Yes, I do. Pull up Jade. Yep. Jade, Jackie Chan. We all know Jade. The fuck is Mucha Lucha? You weren't around for that, bro. Adult Jade? Oh yeah, I remember this episode. Hold on. Even though Adult Jade was cool, she didn't have my heart. There was one girl in this show. Shaolin Showdown and Courage the Cowardly Dog. Who can forget Flea from Mucha Lucha? I'll show you what Mucha Lucha was, Jaden. Hold on. Mucha Lucha. I remember this show, bruh. So this show was on around the time of American Dragon Jake Long. You know what I'm saying? This was Mucha Lucha. It was good. Viper had my heart. Viper from Jackie Chan Adventures. I loved her. I loved Viper. American Dragon was another good show. I hate that they didn't finish it. I wish that they'd finished it when I was a kid, but you know, it is what it is. I learned disappointment early. Here's Viper. She had my heart. I think Viper, I think Valorant. Yeah, see, yeah, you're a different nerd, bro. Jackie Chan Adventures Viper. Oh my God. She had my heart. Remember how sick Iron Giant was? Iron Giant was fire. I loved Iron Giant. I loved Iron Giant so much. Man. Play the intro for Jackie Chan Adventures? I got you. Oops. I have to go to actual YouTube. Get out of my YouTube studio. That shit goes, fuck Iron Giant. No, you're just thinking about multiverses. Please tell me you watched the movie Ready Player One. I have not. I'm not going to lie to you. Unfortunately, I haven't. It's like on my... But to be fair, I never see any movies. The intro. Mucha Lucha after. Bet. I didn't know Jackie Chan Adventures had a game. So good. So good. Jackie Chan Adventures was so fire, man. Uncle's my favorite. Uncle is so funny. This show, so good. So good, bruh. So good. now. Mucha Lucha. So good. It was peak. I told you I almost bought a dragon statue thing with all the talismans. My uncle, when you go, Jackie! I used to love this show. I used to go around my house singing this theme song. Totally Spies. Why did I just forget about that? Like I just remembered. Goosebumps, literally Goosebumps. Oh, so good. So good, bruh. Lucha Lucha was my shit. So good. You know you never missed an episode of Spy Girls? You right. You right. Am I old? We're all old. I'm an 03 baby, so I was around for the end of all these shows. Barely missed them. Yeah, I feel like 03 was like the cutoff to getting all the good shows. You know, like 05, like Jaden, they just don't know. They just don't know. I tried, but he was too young to remember him. You know, he was just too young. You know, Totally Spies was so good. I watched all these shows dubbed in Arabic back home. That has to be cool. Yeah, 95, you caught it. Lev, 98, she got it. Man, what a show. Martin Mysteries? Let me think. The run Cartoon Network had in the 90s and 2000s, goated. Bro, I turned 20 this year, what the fuck? Yep, you do. You do. It's your last teen year, man. It's your last teen year. You know? And it was magnificent, for the record. Have we mentioned Codename Kids Next Door yet? We did. Codename Kids Next... Who was your favorite? Who was your favorite? I love this show. 31 this year for the doc. I turned 31 2 days ago. Number 4? Number 4 was good. I like number 5. Number 5 was cool. I mean, obviously, number one was him too. Number 5, I love number 5. That's what I'm saying. Happy belated. Thank you. Big 31, you know. Look at it. Such a good show. The Devil's Horns kid, I forgot his number. He's number 4. Number 4 was good. Number 2 was okay. Not my favorite, but he was cool. Cartoon Network really did go on a run, didn't they? Honestly, I think their run in Inuyasha, I've seen a little bit. I didn't see all of it. I never finished it, but I've seen not most of it, a little bit of it. It was good. I feel like Cartoon Network's run ended recently because they had good shows even as of like regular show. Have you seen that channel on YouTube where they eat iconic food from TV shows? What channel? And welcome in, Focus. What channel? Also, I watched that shit in Spanish. I hear the Spanish dubs of anime is just fire. Used to crush on 3 Low Key, the Asian one? No, you right. That's good taste. Vex. They did one for Kids Next Door. Johnny Test. Yes. Been woken up by leaving the TV on and Inuyasha ending starts. Gotta run an errand. Scratch. Enjoy you fucking legend. Yo, Doc, thanks for stopping in, man. I always appreciate you. You're a legend for real. I think you can YouTube. I don't remember the name. I'll look it up. Probably binging the Babish. Oh, is it binging with Babish? Because if it is, I fucking love that channel. Let me see. Codename Kids Next Door Food Binging with Babish. Bling bling boy. It is. No, wait. Because he made like the knockoff from Kim Possible. I love Babish. Binging with Babish is cool. Is it? I'm looking for it. I know he did like the Nako from Kim Possible, which, by the way, Kim Possible is a good show too. And we all know the only reason I tuned in to Kim Possible was for this woman. Hold on. Was for this woman. Shigo. She's the only reason I tuned in. I'm going to be honest with you. Shigo awakened something in a young Scratch. Yep, Shigo. I met the voice actor for Kim Possible and Ron. Chrissy Carlson Romano, right? Shigo is peak. She is. Shigo is peak. Like, Shigo could take it 100%. Like, I used to turn on the TV, see this. That's the noise I was making. My parents were like, yo, what's happening here? But look at her. Shigo, man. Jesus. Shigo. Yeah, I'm saying. I love Shigo. She's the whole reason I watched that show. You know? She just was. Yo, I get back and it's a baddie. I'm saying, bruh, Shigo really awakened something in a young child in those days. Disney knew what they were doing. I'd do disgusting things to Shigo. Me too. 100%. Like, it's almost inevitable at that point, you know? Like, horrendous. Breezy from Sonic made everyone furries. Yes. Hold on. Breezy the Hedgehog. Yeah. You're right. Breezy. Her, the blue-haired sister, the Hex Girls, Sam from Danny Phantom. It's the Goth Girls. It is. Shigo's the whole reason I married my wife. You know, I can see that. It's the Goth Girls, bro. It is. It is. Love Sick Sonic. Yo, Sam. What? Yo, I had forgotten about Danny Phantom till you just brought him up. I just forgot. Love Sick Sonic. Look up the episode name. Goth Girls are fire? They are, bro. They are. They are. Oh. I love Goth Girls. Danny Phantom intro? Bet. Got you. Got you. Let me see. I think I have it. Let me check Steam. Let me play this again. Danny Phantom was just too good. Danny Phantom. While I'm doing this. Goth girlfriend, metalhead boyfriend, so it worked? Perfect. Steam. Let me open it up. Mafia, right? I have Mafia, but I don't think I have Definitive Edition. Because, see, I have it. I just don't have the Definitive Edition, I don't think. Let me see. I need to get the Definitive. Does it have all of them, or is it just one? The Definitive Edition is a complete remake. Oh! See, I have it. I've just never gotten around to playing it. You know? We're going to play it. Oh, you have the OG one, which is still fire? There's Mafia 2 Definitive Edition as well. Do they have it in like a... Let's go to the Old Reliable. Yo, what's up, Glitched? How are you? Let's go to Old Reliable. GG.deals. You feel me? That's the soundtrack. Don't want the soundtrack. There's a trilogy edition. That's what I was looking for. Is it this? Or is this the is this just all the old ones? I guess there's one way to look, huh? Let's see. How are you, Glitched? How's your day going? All right, man, gotta go. I got PT for my busted ass knee. You have a good one. Yo, I hope your knee recovers well. And thanks for stopping in, man. Have a great day. That's it? Okay. It's only $24. That's not bad. Do we add Mafia to the list? You should look at the trailer for the Definitive Edition. It's a whole ass remake. Okay. It's in Discord or you whispered it? Good, good. How about yourself? I am pretty good. You know? Appreciate it. Much love as always, Vex. We always appreciate you here, man. In Discord and Whisper. All right. Let me see. It's a great game. I would recommend it. Okay.
In this room?
Yeah, it already looks way better.
The only thing that matters to me. The only thing that should matter to any of us. You know what that is,
The original was from 2002.
They're loyal.
It's about a surprise. The Mafia. I never would have guessed. I legitimately thought this was a basketball game.
You're busting your back.
They have guns?
Day's work in a city that's been trying to scrape you off its heels since the day you stepped off the boat. And the next you're stuffing your pockets full of Salieri's dirty money.
Go get him, Tommy!
Teach these boys a lesson.
Love a Tommy gun.
Every bone in their bodies.
Love a Tommy gun. There's something about it that just looks so cool.
Don't sass me, Tommy. I'm trying to teach you the ropes so you don't get strangled by them.
Now you stay straight with me. You're gonna be living the high life, Tom.
This game looks cool. We're gonna have
You
to.
abuse my trust.
Don Salieri,
We're gonna have to play
you won't
it.
ever need to worry about me.
Okay then. Welcome to the family.
Mafia 2 Definitive Edition also great. And there's a 3 too, right? There's a third. Right? I love this series. I need it. I think the reason why I got it was because there was a why did I just forget the name of it? Hold on. Let me remember the name. Godfather game. And so I played the Godfather game as a kid, which I probably shouldn't have. And I got that game because I was like, oh, it has to be good. Driving is a chore in this game. That's my only beef. Well, you know, when it comes to driving, I'm the best. Such a great driver in video games. You know? Such a great driver. That's what, I'm always good at it. Always. Always. I've never ever broken cars. Oh, I see the whisper too. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. You need the remake Mafia Definitive Edition right now. You have the original. Yeah, I know. I have the GG.deals thing up for the definitive. I have it up. Is it just expanded or are graphics different? Yeah, I'm just gonna get the trilogy because there's 3 of them. So I have it up right here. It's only like $20. It's a changed story a bit and whole new graphics. Okay. I kind of like when they do that. When they add to old games, as long as it's not just I appreciate graphical upgrades in games too, but I like when they add to it. You know? Instead of doing like what we've done with Skyrim for the last 3 games. Scratch question, actually for chat, controversial take. Okay. I'm ready. I completely forgot to start up TikTok live, but I'll do that after this question. I'm ready. Did competitive gaming ruin gaming? I don't. I had a jailbroken PS2, so you can copy your own games and buy copied games. So I used to get PS2 games for the equivalent of 25 cents back.
That brother's floating.
Yo, what's up, Illy? I remember this game because of Playboy magazine's LO. Welcome in, Illy. I don't think competitive games ruined gaming. What I think ruined gaming, to be honest, I'm going to say this, but let me explain. Let me pause this so I can... I think what ruined gaming was Fortnite. And here's why. Not because of its gaming style. What I think ruined gaming... the reason why I think Fortnite ruined gaming is because of the weekly updates. Right? That wasn't something that was happening before. But every week in the beginning of Fortnite, they were putting up dev updates, dev notes, telling you about updates, and everything was getting updated as the weeks went on, right? They've since stopped that, but what it did was it made gamers really impatient, like more impatient than they already were, right? Which caused us to get incomplete games, people always complaining about things because they expect things to be fixed immediately, right? And so I think that Fortnite kind of made the problem much worse. Hold up, hear me out. It ruined Battle Royale. It did ruin Battle Royale as well. It did. But I would say Fortnite is the reason why gaming doesn't feel the way it used to. You know? In some capacities. Other capacities, greed, money making, things like that. That'll always ruin industries. But I think the constant weekly updates really made gamers impatient. And I think that impatience also wears upon developers and things like that. And so you're expecting games to cater more to your whims, you know what I'm saying, than before. Before, the game was the game and you just either played it or you didn't. Now they're like, oh, update next week. Fort was top 5 all time in his prime, not gonna lie. No, you're right. 100%. I would agree with that. But they also ruined current gamers, I would say. I think it did. They made gamers really impatient. But don't get me wrong. I loved Fortnite. I loved it. That and encouraged the idea of online battle pass gaming for games that don't need it. That too. But I think that took an issue that we already had with like loot boxes that Overwatch and stuff was doing. And I think it made it much worse. Hold on. Fixing my mic. It makes everyone think that they're going to be pro gamers, making all these people buy only competitive game. That's true. What Fort did well was keeping things fresh. Microtransactions. Yeah, because everyone was flaming EA for that, right? EA was already known for being the king of microtransactions. But what Fortnite did was they took that issue and made it seem like it was not that much of an issue because it was all locked away in one battle pass, right? But then other games were like, ooh, people don't seem to have a problem with those, so we'll just do that. Devs would either put everything in the base game or make a second game. Yeah, DLCs is also a huge issue, but that's not Fortnite. Riot is worse than EA, oh my. Well, that's because you keep buying the knives, bro. You know? What ruined gaming is the lack of effort into games and how things are replicated and repetitive. Yeah, they copy a lot. Well, fundamentally, it's this. There's a market for every type of game now. We can't escape the fact that there's a whole generation of gamers that value games like Fortnite. There's also the old heads that love story games and single players. Right. What I'm saying is there is a separate market for everybody. But Fortnite, I feel, impacted the industry as a whole. Right? In that it made microtransactions more inclusive with the Battle Pass, and everyone kind of copied that. Which then also made DLCs, like early DLCs, become a lot more acceptable. You know what I'm saying? Because before, when you got a DLC, like think about it. BioShock Infinite came out. Let me look at this. BioShock Infinite came out in 2011. No, 2013. 2013. And then the DLC came out when? When did Burial at Sea come out? Burial at Sea came out 2014, like much later, right? And so now what happens is companies don't wait for DLC. They go, yo, we're just going to make a deluxe game and it comes with DLC already. The game's not finished. I feel like no one plays story games anymore and it makes companies want to buy into competitive style. And for a lot of companies, it doesn't work. The Call of Duty gacha years were crazy. Yes. Yeah, there's still a lot of story games. They're just not popular. Like, as popular. I don't play online really personally unless it's party games. I'm not a COD fan or any of that. I do believe multiplayer is lacking. I do. The thing is, I feel like it's hard to make good BRs that are different now. And that's one of the things Fortnite did really well. It was different than any other game that we've played. Right? And so Fortnite made getting better feel really rewarding. You know? Halo's a great example of it. We need to get back to couch co-op days. Valorant is carrying multiplayer right now. Yeah, it is. Valorant's carrying right now. But all Valorant did was they took CSGO and Overwatch and kind of went like Atomic Heart was released and Hogwarts Legacy just released. Yeah, like those were really good. They're carrying. In multiplayer, though, it's just like, let's look at the charts right now. Actually, what's carrying in multiplayer is actually League. League is carrying multiplayer, but League's always been there. Hogwarts is carrying for sure, 100%. And Elden Ring. Elden Ring, too. You cannot forget Elden Ring. Apex. Oh, shit. I forget that people play Apex. I'm not going to lie to you. I forget. League is for Discord mods, 100%. SOCOM does need to be revived. That is a good take. SOCOM was fire. League is... So Riot is basically carrying with League and Valorant. Apex is stinky. Yeah. New season is here for which game? Fortnite? I know it's in Fortnite. I checked it out a little bit. Apex so ass. Apex? Illy, is it good? Do you like Apex? I never got into it. I played like 2 games. I just felt like Time to Kill took so long in this game. I think it took so long. But so what's funny is, I actually like the way that Overwatch did your acquisition of cosmetics in original Overwatch, right? But now they do a battle pass, and you can't earn loot boxes to get skins, which I hate. I hate it. I hate the new way they do stuff in Overwatch. I'm not a big fan of battle passes, I'm not gonna lie. Just not a big fan. I miss Overwatch 1. Early Overwatch 1 was so good. It is one of the more infuriating games that I've ever played, but I cannot deny that it was not a good game. The problem with Apex is that it's too team reliant and Time to Kill is crazy. It is crazy. If you don't do Battle Pass in multiplayer games, you ain't making money. That's the issue. Overwatch 1 was good until they started fucking with balances. Yeah, I think the reason Overwatch was fine was because you had to pay it. You had to buy it, right? And so it didn't matter if there was a battle pass because they made the money off players just buying the game. I think that's one of the issues that's wrong. Don't get me wrong. I love a free game. Like I always say, if it's free, it's me. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, I'll download it. I don't give a fuck. If it's free, it will be in my library. But I hate battle passes and shit like that. You know? I'm only playing it for friends, but my friends quit Apex in Season 8. Yeah, I can't blame you for that. Like, I wouldn't play... I would not boot up by myself. Overwatch was good until they took out Scatter Arrow. Scatter Arrow was... When you used to shoot Scatter Arrow at someone's feet, oh my god. Like, Counter-Strike was good before the loot boxes, and now it's a pay-to-win game. Freemium. Yeah, I don't like the freemium models. Oh, let's say gaming really fucked up by matchmaking. That's the other thing. When they put in skill-based started making games a little frustrating. I actually don't mind battle passes. I mind them in, like, Overwatch. I don't fuck with the battle pass in Overwatch. Overall, I feel like we can all agree that gaming companies have many major issues and that they should take notice to it and fix it instead of casting the issues to thinking we'll be okay with it. I agree. Skill-based is a good thing, not gonna lie. Not in casual, bro. Not in casual. In casual, it's fucking annoying. I want comp lobbies. I don't want to share anyone. That's why you have competitive. Like, if you want to play comp, go to competitive. But when I'm playing casual, I don't want to have to sweat playing casual. You know what I'm saying? That's what I loved about, like, OG Fortnite before skill-based came through. If I just wanted to come through, I'd meet someone who's really good. I'd meet someone who's camping in a bush. you know, and all in between. It was fun. But now, because like no flex here, but I'm in higher skill-based lobbies in Fortnite, every fucking thing is a build battle. But then they put in no build. But I prefer to build. Skill-based is annoying. Like, skill-based is fine in comp, obviously. But in just regular-ass casual lobbies, I just don't want to have to sweat every fight. You know what I mean? But Fortnite gives you gimmicks and it's more fun. I fucking hate the gimmicks. Hot take. I hate it. I see why they have it too, because it's discouraging the new players, right? But that's why they put in bots. So with new players, just put more bots in there. Like, I don't know. In Fortnite, I'm more of just give me because the gimmick was the building, right? And so I feel like the other gimmicks take away from the main gimmick. Like if you want gimmicks in no build, I'm fine with that. But in the building one, take the gimmicks out and let me just fucking build. That's my gimmick. You know what I mean? But that's just me. Because then I feel like they try too hard with gimmicks and then we get mechs all over again. You know? I don't mind the new items. The sword's cool. The sword's cool. But I'm thinking of like mechs, planes, you know, shit like that. The sword gimmick, this season's fun. I played a little bit with it. OG sword was ass. Yeah, do you remember when they put fucking lightsabers in the game? Jesus Christ, bro. Them fucking lightsabers were terrible. I feel like this sword is fine. I've only played a little bit with it, though. But I also, like, if I'm playing, like, by myself, I'm in build mode. No, before I said, no, I know what you're talking about. I also hated the Dragon Ball Z shit and the My Hero shit. I hate that shit. Lightsabers were goated. That was a crazy time. But I do think, even though Fortnite is one of the greatest games that's ever been made, that it kind of ruined it. It kind of ruined games, and that it made us all impatient. I feel like if they did not do weekly updates, we'd have been fine. I left the game when they added airplanes. I could level Timmy's in their dumb forts. Yeah, that's why I didn't like them, because I was a builder. Forts started falling off when Double Shotgun was such a time, bro. God, I love Double Shotty. 2 blue pumps, it's all you needed. That's it. It's all you needed. Then they took that shit out. They should put it back in, to be honest. It's Ninja's fault. It's all Ninja's fault, bro. Off topic, but important, wins tier list. Oh, it is a new week, isn't it? When should we do tier list? Friday? Want a Friday tier list? It's not Ninja's fault? Bro, he was complaining about it so much, and he was campaigning to take it out. And then when it got taken out, he was like, low-key miss it. Double Shotty back when Daquan was... Bro, I miss Daquan. No, Daquan's fault for using it. Ninja's fault for complaining about it. And Ninja was the biggest Fortnite player in the world. I'm down. All right, Friday tier list. We got to decide which one we're doing, though. 4 heavy shotguns was crazy. Yeah, that was a little... That was... You know what it is? It is Daquan's fault. Bro, I miss when Daquan was streaming, bro. Candy? Bet. Candy tier list on Friday. Bet. Addy did this Pokemon tier list yesterday. It wasn't necessarily a tier list. I'll show you. Let me pull it up. Addy did this, where you pick your favorite Pokemon based upon like Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3, and by type. And so you do all that, and then you pick your favorites of each category, and you put your ultimate favorite right here. I miss him and Hamlin. Hamlin streamed the other day. Hamlin streamed like twice last week. Not on his main account, though. But I thought about doing this tier list, but I know this would take me forever. This would be like a 6-hour stream, probably. Me just going through all these. You know? Like, let me unclick this. This would take me so long to do. But Hamlin streams on his alt account. Let me find it. Because it's Small Man Big World. He plays Sea of Thieves on there, but you don't see his face cam. There's a fuck ton of Pokemon. Yeah, that's why it would take me so long. Look at all these. So this is just normal, right? Normal, fire, water. Like, we got 150 in this row. We have, I forget how many are in each generation, but we have all these. You see what I'm saying? Then we got, I think there's a gimmick one. Then after that, you pick your team. Then you choose your favorite bird, favorite animal, favorite. This would take me so long. Over 900 now, I think. I believe so. There are a few easy ones that I will not argue with anybody about, right? Obviously, for fire, we choose Charizard Gen 1. But I will not argue with anybody on that. Like, I just won't. Don't give me another Pokemon for here. I don't care if you like Moltres or anything. Don't argue with me. There's some that are just better. You know? But it'll take me so long because look at all these grids. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 220. I'm arguing with you. Wait, you don't agree Charizard here? For Gen 1? Who are you putting here? Like, I know Charizard's the favorite pick here, but it's for a reason. You know? Just like Psychic, let's be real, it's Mewtwo all day. That's what we choose. Oh, I'm just joking. I mean, you can't argue, and I'll get all nerdy. Like, there's some that I'm not very passionate about, right? Like, I don't give a fuck about, like, the fairies. It's Arcanine? No way, Barrel. No way. No. The only Arcanine where I will entertain it, which gen is that? It's not this one. It's this one. The Arceus. That's the coolest rock one. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Scyther's Rock Evolution is cool too. But you know. This Gengar Evolution. Oh wait. Let me move it over. I'm Phil right, a candy tier list, not this. Yeah, we'll get it. We'll do a candy one, I think. This Gengar version gave me Naruto vibes. I felt like Pain was gonna pop out. But anyways, you know, I feel like that tier list would take me forever. Gengar's best boy. I love Gengar. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Gengar would make some of these lists. But my favorite Pokemon ever, just because, you know, I grew up with it, Charizard. I always grew up a big Charizard fan. I was so upset when he was not listening to Ash for a while. But then I started blaming Ash. I've watched Pokemon since I was 8. I haven't really watched it, but I've played the games. I played every game. And now I started up again last night because Addy was doing his tier list and it made me want to. I love that Gengar emote. That is so cool. I love every grass starter except Snivy. I'll be honest with you. I don't know much about them. Because I never choose grass. Unsub and unfollow. I love Charizard, man. I choose fire in every single game. Block. Like, Bulbasaur, like, this is the best grass Pokemon in the game. Pokemon Stadium is goated. I was saying the other day, I wish we could get an updated Pokemon Stadium. I wish we'd get an updated one. Pokemon Stadium on the Switch would be so good. Pokemon Stadium was my game. And here's the thing. This is a little sad. But in Pokemon Stadium, it allowed me to trade Pokemon between games. And because I didn't have friends that played Pokemon, I had to trade with myself. Because you couldn't get Machamp and you couldn't get Gengar without trading Pokemon. Which, now that I think about it, that was mean of Pokemon to do. They knew damn well some of us didn't have friends like that. What were we supposed to do? We just never got those Pokemon? It was mean. Or, you couldn't get Golem either. You had to have a friend to get Golem. I hated it. It was not fair. They knew damn well what they were doing there. Gengar takes the win for my favorite Pokemon, followed by Bulby Boy. You know who else I like? Umbreon. I liked Umbreon a lot. I don't know why. He's not good. And that went on and on. It's not fair. They were like, you don't have friends, you don't complete the Pokedex. You know how anime is. It's about the power of friendship. Go get some friends, you loser bitch. And I was just sitting here like, my friends don't play Pokemon, though. It's just me. I don't know if they still do it. Well, now you can trade online. Because you still have to trade. I don't know if they introduced more where you have to trade to evolve them. Off the top of my head. But I know, like, Gen 1 is still the same. Let me see. I got to make sure. Because now you can trade online. Because I've done that a few times. Because now, for sure, none of my friends play Pokemon. Oh, yeah, Kadabra, too. I forgot about that. Yeah, they still do. I'm looking at it. Wait, this is Pokemon Go, bro. I'm talking about regular Pokemon. Oh, yeah, Slowpoke, Scyther. Yeah, they still do. They still do. But now they have online trades, so it's not that bad. I don't mind now. It's back then when you need those special, like, the Connect cables that I minded. And so when Pokemon Stadium came out, it finally gave me what I needed to be able to complete my Pokedex. Which, thank God. And then I loved importing my Pokemon into Pokemon Stadium. Cable trade. And back in the day when you needed a Game Shark to be able to do cheats. What a time. What a time. Kids don't know that struggle of needing Game Sharks and Connect cables and shit. Or a light so that you could see your screen. Man. Or when your battery started to die and you had no other double A's in the house. That was tough. That was tough. What a time. What a time. But then I got my Game Boy Advance and everything and we were good. I love those times. Let me find the tier list I can save. Tier maker. They don't know about them game cheats and them double A. I'm saying, game cheats. I never had a Game Shark though. I had a notebook, still have it by the way, with cheat codes all the way from SNES to PS2. That's dedication. I never got a Game Shark or anything, so I never got to do cheats. The only cheat I got to do was Missing No. Taking batteries from the TV remote. Yep. I remember someone was like, if you put batteries in the freezer, they'll last a little longer. So my dumb ass, I was like, let me try it. I need this game to work. I need it. That's chips. Let's look at candy. Went to the library several times to print out one GameFAQ walkthrough. Yeah, I used IGN. I remember that. That's the other thing. Kids have YouTube videos. We had to fucking read. We had to read our walkthroughs. BRB, I will go make some food. Get some good eats. Get some good eats. It's a pretty good tier list, I think. I tried that shit, or I made it cold. Yep. Batteries in the freezer. I remember that time. I was like, my mom would be like, what are you doing? I was like, I got to make these batteries last, Mom. You don't get it. I got the Elite Four coming up, and my game cannot die in the middle of the Elite Four. You know? I just can't let it happen. Let's go TikTok Live. I just couldn't die like that. Or swapping like a fucking gut. Exactly. You'd see that light start to change, and you're like, uh-oh. Light's not green anymore. Swapping batteries were the move. You had to. The cover art of some of those walkthroughs. Exactly. That's the first time I thought reading was cool. Them reading walkthroughs was crazy. I remember being like, okay, I need the computer for a second. Nobody answered the phone because it was dial-up. I need to print this out. I remember I made my Pokemon level 100 and beat the Elite Four with just one Pokemon. Wasn't that satisfying? That was so satisfying. Because I remember how frustrated I was when my Pokemon wasn't top tier leveled and going against that stupid fucking Dugong with that fucking Ice Beam and Cloyster with the Ice Beam. And then that fucking Dragonite with Hyper Beam. I hated it. Pokemon, honestly, it helped me learn that I had anger issues for video games. I'll never forget when my Pokemon was confused and it would keep hitting itself. I was so mad I'd be crying. I'd be like, stop hitting yourself, please. Shit, I didn't have dial-up. I had to go to the bookstore with a notepad and find the level, write it down, walk back home to beat it. Did you get sent those AOL CDs? You know, that would give you internet? And so we get those like free trial AOL CDs. And we'd use those. I never get mad at games. You're lucky. I get so frustrated sometimes. I used it. Me too. I used it. And you know what game I used to play on the computer? Let me see if I can find it. I remember my pops would get pissed with me whenever I need to use his computer to figure out what to do in a game. They would. They'd be like, I'm doing stuff. Oh, here it is.
Much games.
Oh, let me mute this. I used to play this game on the computer. Did anyone play this? I used to play some basketball game as a kid's basketball. Like Backyard, the Funkos. Yeah, we got a lot. I used to play this game so much. SpongeBob Flipper Flop, bro. And then Patrick would show up every once in a while trying to steal a burger. And you have to get it, and he'd eat one. Backyard basketball, I fucking love backyard all the backyard sports games were so good. They should remake those too. Imagine how hard those games would go. Oh, you get like Pablo in there. Sorry, you fell. Let me get that Charizard. Bet. Just have him back from you can borrow him. I wrote a book in my old PC. I was like 12. This game right here, people don't know how good this game was. This game was so fun. Mini clip, yes sir. And I used to play, but this is later, but Bloons, the original Bloons, and the Impossible game. Do you remember those? The Impossible game was so fun. Imagine Assassin's Creed and Harry Potter. Bro, that would be so cool. Underground games? Yes, sir. 8-Ball Pool? Yes. 8-Ball Pool 2. Balloon Tower Defense? Mm-hmm. Oh, see, losing was when I had anger issues. I broke a Tekken disc in half after I threw it down because my sister kept spamming one move, and I lose, and I definitely got my ass whooped. I had those kind of anger problems. I was like slamming my Game Boy. You know? Okay. Saul's back. Welcome back, Saul. I used to play the adult ones. That's my first look at hentai, no joke. I can tell you the first time my head is starting to rush again, I loved them. The first time I saw that, Strange, was I was in school and we had to do a project for a cartoon, and I looked up Kim Possible, and it was one of the first images I saw. I never left. I'm just good at lurking. True. And it was Shigo. You feel what I'm saying? At school. And my teacher was like, what is this? And we're like, dead ass, we did not Google anything weird. We literally typed the name of the show in. And so we didn't get in trouble, thankfully. But yeah, lucky. Mine was some anime waifu. I searched Kim K and found Ray J. That's tough. That's tough. That's tough. Because that tape wasn't even good. I'm not going to lie. That tape was not good. I was like, kind of mid. Kind of mid. You know? Kind of mid. Let's see. After that, I became light-handed with controllers, and I never slammed my controllers because that ass whooping was real, because I got beat by my stepdad, uncle, and mom. Check Discord DM? Bet. Bet. Okay, did that. Discord. I remember this. This cover right here, how they used to do this, so good. I can't believe she didn't win a Grammy for Best Comeback Story. That's right. Bro, what's up, Sora? What's up? What's up? Oh, man. These were so... I remember this. So basically, we was talking about our first experience of seeing the opposite sex. Yep. We were. Bring back my man, Yay. You would choose the walkthrough based on the best cover. That's how you knew who put the best effort into doing this. Check Discord DMs in like 30 seconds. Bet. I need context. I missed out. So basically my cousin was, yo, what's up? What's up, everybody? What's up, Ramen? How are you? Yeah. The first time I ever saw that was school project. Funny enough. Shigo. Who would have known? We talk about Alabama stuff? I'm not talking about Alabama stuff. I'm not. Funny story, my best friend dated his cousin in middle school, like on purpose, or like didn't know that was his cousin. Did y'all meet Newgrounds? All right, I sent it, but I'll be back in like 15 minutes. All right, just remind me when you're here. Oh, Sora, I saw that. Love your lives, bro. I appreciate that. I saw that. I did see that. I reported it. Average day in Ohio. It was hilarious because they didn't know. Oh, okay. I was like, if they did that on purpose, love your lives, bro. I appreciate that. If they did that on purpose, that's crazy. I've never looked at one of my cousins, not that I know a ton of them because I'm not super close to them, and been like, damn, my cousin's looking kind of, never thought that. Are they still fucking? If they are, that's wild. That's wild for sure. You can't. Like, they can't continue once you find that out. At all. I need this back on. It feels weird. They met each other's parents because they got in trouble for PDA, and the parents showed up and were like, hey, sis, how are you? Yo. How awkward is that? Imagine that conversation. And how embarrassed you have to be. You know? I died because I was in the office for a uniform violation. I'm not going to lie, I'm probably telling everybody at that point. Still waiting for the answer. Sorry, TikTok, Stream Deck, good shit. Thanks. Thanks. And then I got in trouble because I was like, bro, y'all gross. I'd have did the same thing. They had to have broken up after that, though. You can't stay together after that kind of realization, right? Only at family functions. Yeah, don't do that shit at school. You're embarrassing everybody. I hope not. Wouldn't that be crazy? I don't think they even talk. I wouldn't. I'd be too embarrassed. That'd be it. I told all the homies, as you should have. That deserves to be told. You hope. I mean, you seen what Kevin Gates said. Kevin Gates is wild. That's my worst fear. I have so many cousins. I do too, but I feel like most of my cousins kind of look alike. If I ever got involved with the cousin and found out, that's going to the grave. Oh man, to this day, she still misses Dan. Illy catches me lacking. Man, that would be crazy. I couldn't imagine finding that out. Like, we'd all have to take that to the grave. I wouldn't tell a soul. The next day I'd be like, he was lying. He made that shit up because he's mad he got in trouble or something. Every time I saw him, I'd play Sweet Home Alabama and they'd get pissed. Bro, I can't blame you. I'd do the same thing. I would say the same thing. I'd do the same thing. I'd have it on speaker, just ready to go. I'd make it their ringtone and everything. There's no living that down. You got to change schools at that point. To be honest, you can't keep going to the same school after you found that out. Like, bro, stop. I'm telling my mom, and I was like, do it, because I'm going to tell him too. My friend dated her cousin too. Don't worry, bro. That's wild. Wait, did your friend do it on purpose or was it an accident? Because you can't date a cousin on purpose. I don't care where you are. That's just not cool. Like, that's just weird. You can't just date a cousin on purpose. Accidentally. Oh, okay. They stopped after they found out, right? I hope. I'd be like, okay, tell your mom you probably fuck her too. Yeah, good. Could you imagine if they were like, so what, and just kept going out? That'd be crazy. They're just like, oh, anyways, tomorrow, don't use the glory hole at the reunion. What's cracking, my G? Yo, how are you? I'd never let them live down. Me neither. They'd hear it from me every single time I saw them. Every single time. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little distracted because I forgot I had, do you know who Miss Mika is? This person? Right here? Who's like a god at Elden Ring and stuff. And she's playing with a dance pad and a guitar, and I just was distracted. I went over to see why I had Twitch open and was just confused. When I saw him, I told him, remember when you dated your cousin? He's like, no, I don't. I'd be like, no, you remember. You remember you dating your cousin. You remember. Don't act like you didn't. You're a cousin dater, my boy. You just are. Like, ain't no denying it now. We all know. I told everybody. Play Sweet Home. Not don't lie. Was the pussy good though? Leave that man alone. He lucky that didn't happen now. Cause that would have been on like Instagram stories, all that. His cousin was fine though. I mean, you'd be like, you don't want this information out. Maybe we go on a date. Thoughts? Pepperidge Farm remembers you, cousin fucker. Like, he can't act like he didn't try that. Oh my God, that shit would be devastating now. Yeah, could you imagine if a kid now was in the office when he found out that one of his friends blackmailing Scratch is crazy? You're like, I'm just saying, like, it may be in your best interest to go on a date with me. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm just saying, you don't want people to know that you date your cousin. Bro, there'd be a whole Snap story. There would. Snap story. There'd be a Twitter thread. They'd be like, here's a cousin fucker. A thread. And then you see like all this video and stuff. You see the text of him being like, yo, bro, don't send that out. Don't send that out. Please do not send that out. You'd be like, I have to. She said no to the date. I got to send it out. I'm a man of my word. Kick back in the day would go crazy. 100%. Those kick days was crazy. A whole police investigation and everything. You know, you'd see one of those Reddit stories on TikTok. The story would be right there. Am I the asshole for exposing my friend for kissing his cousin? It'd be a TikTok drama now. 100%. 100%. Stitched all to hell. It'd be one of those ones where people go, let's talk about the kid who was dating his cousin. And I'd be like, what? I won't tell nobody. Immediately post on all social media platforms. Exactly. Like, it feels like you have to. You know, I feel like any kid would do that. I probably would have did the same shit. You know? If I had a camera phone and stuff and caught it, oh my God, it'd be on there. And they'd be like, you posted this? You damn right it was me. And I'm not taking it down. You know? I am not taking it down. Bro, I had a flip phone. I had one flip phone before I had a smartphone. Where do you go from here? Because that's appalling. You have to change. You can't even change schools now if it goes viral. You just have to hope that like barely anybody sees it, that person has no clout, and you can switch schools. You know? And block that person so like it doesn't show up under your name. I never had a phone till 10th grade. I bought mine when I was 13. My mom made me like work for it, so I had to do chores and all that stuff to pay for it. But even then I had a prepaid. So if I ran out of minutes, I was just out of minutes. And it was 25 cents per minute on the phone and 10 cents per text message. Man, I'd go live and be like, look, they kissing and they're related? That's gross. Could you imagine someone goes live? Oh my God. That'd be even worse. They go, yo, check this out, check this out. Flips the camera. They're fucking kissing. Sometimes free on the weekends or after 7. Yes. And so what I would do is if my friend would call me, I'd get in my house, I'd be like, yo, call me on the house phone and hang up. A 12-year-old kid. That live would be crazy. That live would be crazy. Especially because like random kids have big ass followings now. Imagine it was like one of the famous kids. I don't even know what you do at that point. It's over for you. You gotta hope that someone else gets in drama bigger than yours, or you're done. You and your cousin sitting in a tree, KISSING. Jesus, bro. You'd have to get someone in like a worse situation. That was me at 12. They're kissing you. That's exactly what I feel like everyone would say that then. And today it could be a random person at a grocery store who sees you. You could be at Walmart with your mom getting like apples, and all of a sudden someone's like, that's that kid who kisses his cousin. Imagine that. That'd be crazy. You can't come back from that. It's just impossible. Man, I would hate life. Famous kid recreates the situation in Roblox YouTube video. Bro, going through a mental state at that point. Yeah, like and there's nothing your parents can tell you. They're gonna be like, it gets better. Does it? You been through this? My father was killed by a cousin fucker. You fuck. Bang. Bro, all my friends would hit on my mom. That'd be wild. That would be wild. That would be wild. I always felt bad for that kid with like the super attractive mom. That kid had it terrible. Because everyone would be like, damn, your mom kind of. That's your mom? Can I come over? Hey, see, just like Illy said, they'd be like, yo, your mom kind of. Can I have a sleepover? You go to a different friend's house? I would go to school and they'd be like, is that your sister? Because damn, yo, I feel for you. I feel for you. Hey, Mrs. Seed. And I was like, I'll murder you in your sleep. They'd be like, hey, yo, can I come to your house? You're like, look at all these friends I have. No, we not here for you, my boy. Can I sleep over? I'll be in your mom's room. You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden you dressing different to go over to his house. I'm doing good, Miss Johnson. Can your mom take us to the pool? She gonna swim too, or like what's happening here? Hey, Miss Johnson. Hey. I always felt bad for those kids, man. I felt bad for them kids. When you gonna let me fuck Miss Parker? Such a good reference. Such a good reference. What was that, baby? Completely disregard the husband. Yeah, the husband's like, oh, welcome to my house. Yo, shh. Hello, Miss Johnson. How you doing? How you doing? I felt bad for them kids, man. I felt bad for them. I'm her husband. Look at me. Look at me. I'm her husband now. I'm like, look, bro, you gonna call me dad soon. Like, I'm not here for you, my boy. Get out. Go to work or something, bruh. No one's here to meet you. You know damn well why we here. I'm here for the same reason you here, my boy. for her.
It's over 9,000!
Like, move, nigga. I'm gonna be your daddy. What's up, Lev? You know what I'm saying? The husband's like, welcome to my home. Bruh, you know damn well I'm not here to talk to you. I'm here to talk. I'm here at your house for the same reason you are. For your wife. You know what I'm saying? Rip Kate.
Ass and she jumped. I was being fair. I didn't say, yo, Kate, you lying bitch. I don't believe.
Rip Kate. No, don't say hi, you bitch. Lev on one. Lev on one. Lev on one. Bro, I'm done. I just think it's funny. The husband try to act like, you know, I'm trying to be friends with my son's friends. Nah, bro, you a op right now. You got what I want. Why am I trying to be friends with you, bro? We're at war. You see the fit? You think I just put this fit on for nothing? When we doing karaoke? No idea. Don't get me off topic, Lev. We're talking about when your friend has a really attractive mom, not karaoke. You know what I'm saying? Bro, I was supposed to be cleaning and scratches over her making me laugh. My fault. My fault. Karaoke right now? Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, you like, damn, bro, I thought you worked nights. Now that I know you off. Now I know you off on Friday. I'm not coming over to the house on Friday no more. When you work, what's your work schedule? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's your work schedule, my boy? We're all off here. We are. Damn. We've been just chatting for like 90 minutes. You know, like, you're like, yo, hey, George, when's your dad's work schedule? Like, what days he work? He work late? I'm off Tuesdays and Wednesdays. You know? Your dad off on Wednesday? Just let me know, because I will not be over. You know? I'm off Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and I stream at 10. You know how it goes. You know how it goes. Do you think that it's really that when it's not that, diddly do? I do. He check his brake lines regularly, you know, like, hey, tell your dad you need some milk, my bruh. I feel like he needs to go get some milk, some cigarettes. He tell you he off those days thinking you want to hang with him. Yeah, you like, yeah, he off. Cool. So can I come to your house Thursday? Your dad worked Thursday, right? That's cold as hell? What you mean that's cold? You never had a friend with an attractive parent? Look, Miss Barker, I know you're old, but I'll take care of you. I'll do your chores. Here's $100, Mr. Johnson. I only need 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Mr. Johnson, can you go to the Wendy's that's 3 towns down, please? This one here be acting crazy. That one downtown has like a lot. That's what, 20, 30 minutes? Your son said he wants to go with you. You know what I'm saying? The darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. I'm saying. You know how it is. Lev, you never had someone with a, you never had a friend with like an attractive parent? That's crazy. That sucks, bro. That sucks. You seem like the sort of fella that pets cats backwards. I don't pet cats, so you're wrong. You're missing out, to be honest. Yeah, 100%. You don't know what it's like, Lev. You know, or like when you had that attractive teacher. You know, you be fucking up in that class, so you stay late. My friend's mom and sister was hot as fuck. Oh, don't get started on the sisters. You and your son could go, I'll wait here with Miss Johnson, you know, just, I'll be the man of the house for about 30 minutes. I spent the night almost every day. I don't blame you. It could be the mom or the sister. One of them. Bro, don't let me get started on the sister. You know? 30, you mean 30 seconds? No. Because you have to convince them, Lev. You need a time window to talk. And man, she was a bitch, but she was so hot when she yelled at me. You know what I'm saying? You'd be like, oh, she a little mean too, you know? Damn. Your sister kind of mean. How many pops do you have behind you? 43. Niggas with dead ass flirt in front of her. 100%. Man, I couldn't have imagined, especially like if your friend had an older sister who was good looking. Damn. That kid was going through it. I remember because I was one of them niggas flirting with their sister. I'm not gonna lie. I was. You know? I was like, yo, damn, your sister around? And he's like, why you want to see my sister around? Boy, you know. You know why I'm asking about your sister, my boy. Like, I'm gonna drink all the milk and catch my breath. Like, can you get more milk, please? Yeah, like, hey, let me talk to your sister. You know what it is? Hey, can you get your sister real quick? She good in this subject, ain't she? I just need to speak to her real quick. Oh yeah, we can do our homework. Not we, bro. Me and her. That's the we. Not we. You just in the way. Your sister got a prom date? Cause I don't got a prom date yet. You know what I'm saying? I just gotta know. Cause you know what happens after prom. I'll be thinking that I'm too respectful to do it. That's good on you, man. I was kind of a disrespectful kid to people. Hey, your sister got a boyfriend? She got a crush on somebody? Is it me? What your sister like to do? Who she sit with at lunch? Let me know. Your sister got a driver's license? Can she take me home now? I brought her a flower once and she was like, you know I'm 5 years older than you, right? And I was like, it's okay. Age ain't nothing but a number. He was like, hey, 5 years, that's nothing in my book. You know what I'm saying? That's nothing. The giving them the gift was the only move. You had to. You had to. That's the only move you had. Then you got to be like, yo, don't tell your brother though. You know what I'm saying? Because Riz was a no-go. Yeah, they was shutting that shit down. Especially if you were really good friends with they brother. Hey, she kept it though? Okay, I see you. Okay. You know what I'm saying? That's step one. That's step one. And then when you got a letter jacket, you'd be like, yo, you called? You need the letter jacket? She didn't throw it in my face so I was winning? That's a win. A win is a win. A win is a win. The go-to gift during that time was a single flower from outside. Yeah. Yeah. Then he moved and I never saw her again. F's. Yeah, you see that flower, you like, I saw this flower outside and it made me think of you. You feel me? Here you go. You know, perfect gift. Perfect gift. You know? I had one friend that tried that and he got hit with a ew. That man never recovered from that shit. Never. You get hit with an ew, it's over. It's over for you. Because not only did she ruin it with you and her, everybody knew.
Ooh, that brother's falling in the air.
You had snatched that motherfucker. I saw this flower and I said, this is probably what you look like naked for real. You know? And she was probably like, what? The issue I had in school, here was my biggest issue I had. My mom taught at my high school early on. So my freshman year, so the school I went to was like elementary through high school for a little bit, right? And in middle school, there was a senior. So I'm in 8th grade, and there was a girl who was a senior that everybody knew how to crush on. Because you know how it is when a middle school person likes a senior, right? And so my mom knew. And she'd have that girl fuck with me. Like, just fuck with me for no reason. And everyone would be making fun of me. She got that this is too much. LOL. She was like, call your mom. I ain't taking your horny 12-year-old ass down. Your ass home. I'm like, you ain't got to take me to my house. What about the back seat, though? Nah, bro, she wanted to fuck for real. She did. She did. That's why she didn't want to take me home. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She like, no, not your place. The back seat work. You know? The back seat works. You feel me? We ain't got to go to my place. We can't. My mom's at home. What about yours? You know what I'm saying? One of my parents is home. They will stop this. Riz, I'm saying. That's straight Riz. That's straight Riz, for real. They don't know about that kind of Riz. Max, she was blown away. She was blown away. She was blown away like when girls eat food in Food Wars. You know what I'm saying? We came, my mom's home, and my curfew was 19 minutes ago. I have to be asleep. Like, we gotta go. Scratch, you just reminded me how niggas who fail to get a girl say, I did, she wanted to play hard to get. Yeah, you know, she wanted it. She don't mean no, she mean not yet. She just playing hard to get for real. But I got this. You know what I'm saying? I got this. No worries. Lev, don't act like you don't know about this, bro. Don't act like you don't know what we talking about. She means no. Yeah, now we know that. But you have to save face in front of your friends. You have to save face in front of your friends. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? If they're not mean about the rejection, you can save face. But if they're mean, it's over. Narrator, he did not have it. Yeah. Man ain't got no Riz. Hey, stop it. It's for the views, of course. It's for the views. You know? It's for the views. But as long as she's nice, you can be like, all your friends will be like, no, she said no, bro. And you're like, no. She did not say no, bro. She didn't. Like, she just playing hard to get. You know, it's the thrill of the chase. Yeah, because I do that to boys all the time. I tell them straight no. They go back and tell their friends we kissed. I didn't do that. I never did that. But I do know people who did that. It's a concealed weapon. Yeah, you can't just always have Riz out. What do you think I am, Duke Dennis? Hello? No. We don't do that over here. That's fuck. Yeah, some dudes are weird. They make up whole stories about you. You know? And all their friends looking at you like, damn. He ain't got shit but attitude. That's Lev talking? Not me. I was oblivious back then. I'm home alone, bored. Me, that's crazy. I'm playing the game. It's so much fun. I feel that on a personal level. I took rejection like a champ. Same. L nigga for real. 100%. Like if someone was like no, I'd be like, damn. All right. I get it. It is what it is. She says, no, I'm playing Final Fantasy and beating my meat. I'm saying. Sometimes I was crying and beating mine. You know? Tears is lubricant. It is what it is. You know? I'm nothing if not adaptable. What the fuck? But then the next day I was cool. You know? It's how you console yourself. It's time for me to dip. No, Lev, we're just getting started. That's the best for beating. Yeah, tears. It's the organic fluids that help. Was it Tifa? You bet your ass it was Tifa. Hold on. We all love Tifa. Yes, yep. We love Tifa, bruh. We all love Tifa. Look at her. Who don't love Tifa? It makes it feel like someone else in the room. Yeah, you know. I get rejected and I just sit on my right hand. I can't even make it through that. Things get juicy. I couldn't even get through the joke. Disrespectfully, bark. I'm saying. Lev, act like you didn't hear that, bro. Act like you ain't hear that, my boy. Bark. Look at Tifa. God, I can't. Love, act like you didn't hear that, bro. Act like you didn't hear that. Just act like you didn't hear that, bro. You know what I'm saying? You get it. If you know, you know. I'm dying laughing right now. I can never go back in the Lev's chat again. Yeah. I'll tear that pussy out. Yes. I love Tifa. I can't forget this. No, Lev, act like you didn't hear it, bro. Just, you know, act like you didn't hear it. If you know what I was mentioning, you know. No, you got to, bro. It's how you get over rejection. You know? She'll be just like, nah, Strange is too weird for me. That's crazy. And Lulu from Final Fantasy X, yes. Like, you know, they often said that the easiest way to get over someone is to get under someone else. But I didn't have nobody else. So I had a stranger, a.k.a. you sit on your hand. You know what I'm saying? You already banned. Yeah. Final Fantasy. You mean modded? Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. I gotta play Final Fantasy X again. Lev, act like you ain't hear that, bro. What is this chat? Yo, Lev, act like you ain't hear it, bro. Nosebleed. The biggest nosebleed. The biggest one. You know that one where they get the nosebleed where it sends them flying back? That's what it was. Lev, just act like you didn't hear that, bro. It was nothing. You know what I'm saying? No, you're done. Could you imagine had I been a kid, like, in today's day with social media and stuff? I'd have been a weird-ass kid. I'm eating your brekkies. No. Like, I'd have been... I feel like I was, you know, a little adventurous as a child. But I feel like with how big the internet is now, if I would have been a child then, it wouldn't have been great for me. You know? Would not have been great. You feel me? Too late. Nah, bro. Nah. No. You know, it's the best chat. It really is. It is the best chat. You know? It really is the best. Top 3 chats, 100%. That's why I'm a nympho today. Imagine had you had, like, the internet how it, like, is now. That'd be wild. Absolutely crazy. We're horny at 10 a.m. Exactly. It's the best time to be honest. It is the best time. Yeah, we are. We are. We just are. Hold on, I'm going to make this a better screen. See a better screen. Let's see. I got to play Final Fantasy X again. It just, you know. And look up some Yor Forger stuff. Got you. Yor Forger. Fucking love Yor. My God. I'm about to get a Yor figurine. Thoughts? Do I do it? Do I just like pull the trigger on that? I'm thinking about it. There you go. Yes. I feel like I have to. Look at her. Pull it. I think I have to. Just look at her. I'll buy it for you. Fuck it. Like, look at her, man. Look at her. Bark, bark, bark. Yor, bro. Yor Forger. I'm saying. Screenshot it. Got you. There you go. Woof, woof. There you go. I'm saying. Yor, bro. I love Yor. That's the mom. I love Yor for real. She's the GOAT. That's a true milk. She is. She is. You know? And if she has to, she'll fight somebody. Like crazy. Like she'll put them down. You see her. Not gonna lie, never seen this. Where's this character from? It's from a show called Spy Family. All right, I'm dipping to work. Yo, Lev, do you wanna screenshot or no? If I was in audience class, I'd be like, yo, can I spend the night? 100%. I'd be like, yo, can Lloyd leave? Make sure your dad on a mission. Holy tabs, Batman. Yeah, we got tabs for days. But I also better see your hands on your desk. You can't tell where my hands are with this camera angle, to be honest with you. They're here, though. They're here. For now. Yeah, if I was in Anya's class, I'd be like, hey, so Anya, you trying to have a sleepover or what's going on? You know what I'm saying? If I was that Desmond kid, I'd be like, hey, you know what it is. Like, hey, hands up, Scratch, my fault. My fault. You right. Hand check. Hand check. Hands check. Hands check. We're good. We're good. She calling you as soon as they drop. Yo, what's up, Bean? What's up, Bean? Bean Man's back. Bean Man's here, exclamation mark, Bean. Love that. Love it. Make it a command, hand check. All right, we need that. What are we putting? Let's go to Nightbot. We'll make it a Nightbot command. Actually, let's go to Fossilbot. I don't fuck with Nightbot. Log in. Okay, it's logging me in. Exclamation mark hands. Bet. Create. Hands. What do we want it to say? Hands up. Exclamation mark hands. Just hand check. We're good. Let's see. Let me scroll up. I'm gonna copy what Illy said earlier. Where is it? Here it is. Let me see your hands. What you doing? Bet. There it is. There's that. And I need... Okay, perfect. Save. All right. It should work now. Exclamation mark hand. You know? Or hands. Not hand. It's exclamation mark hands. Hands. There it is. See? Up. Hand check. Let me see your hands. What you doing? Hands are here. Hand check. We're good. We're good. We're good. Hands. We're good. You know? I need to see, now that I'm looking at this picture, and I know it's been almost 2 hours, did I tell you what I heard someone call their hands? No. I'm back. I need a quick breather. Welcome back. They said I got my dick beater out. Who do I associate with? Well, I call this hand Jill. You see? Jill. Not that I'm right-handed. I'm left-handed. But, you know. Did you say my name? I got my dick beater out. That's how was this someone with an accent? It wasn't an American, right? I don't feel like Americans just come out and say that. It was? Damn. I got my dick beaters out. Hand check. Hand check. I gotta take Yor off the screen. I'm sorry. I have to take her off. I had to take Yor off the screen. You know? I can't keep looking at this. You know what I'm saying? Up. Hands. Just look at Yor, bro. Just look at Yor Forger. My darling, my sweet. It's got me wondering, who are the top anime moms? Like, who are the top anime moms? It's got me wondering. And so, in full side track manner, top anime wives. Or moms. Moms. Not wives. Honestly, don't know. I gotta look. I don't want necessarily lovable. Like, I'm not trying to see Ash Ketchum's mom. You know what I'm saying? That's Professor Oak's territory, for real. Dan Thorfinn's mom? Let's see. Let me see. Oh, Eva? Dexter's mom? Oh, don't get me started on Dexter. Dexter from Dexter's Laboratory? I'm so scared to Google it because there's some weirdos out there. Yeah. Yeah. Let me open the image. It's a low quality image, but you know what it is. This mom right here. Yes, sir. Not anime, but Dexter's mom from Dexter's Laboratory. Don't get me started. This was Mrs. Incredible before Mrs. Incredible was a thing. You know? It was. Man, that took me back. Took me back. I have so many tabs open. So many. Yeah, it's not as big. Thick? Yeah. That's strange. Sees mom here. I'm looking through the list. I don't know half these people because I don't watch a lot of these. You know? Because I'm not caught up on Dragon Ball. Like, it says Bulma, but I don't know much about Dragon Ball yet. Booty's so thick it has its own gravitational pull. I'm saying. You know, like, they're saying this was one. Oh, wrong tab. This. I remember I used to think the lady that helped at foster home imaginary friends was kind of bad. No, I feel you. I feel you. I can feel that. I feel that. I've seen cosplays of this. And the android, I forgot her name. Android, I have to look it up. Yo, what's up, Taylor? How are you? How are you? What is her name? You should react to Family Guy darkest humor moments someday. I probably should. Android 17. Thank you. Not bad. Just at work right now. How you doing? I'm pretty good. Just chilling. Just chilling, you know. Is it 7? No. I think it's the other one. I think it's 19. Is it 19? Nope. It's not 19. 18. Yeah. 18. Oh, my fault. Hands. Hey. Hand check right here. It is 18. Pants. I don't have exclamation mark pants. Could you imagine? Shame. Yes, this one. This is the other one I see. This one right here. But, you know, they're oops. God. No, you're forger. You know what I'm saying? Or honestly, obviously I think like one of the big ones, let's pull her up. Where is she at? Is good old. Let me pull up the right picture. You know, a pretty obvious choice. That's fucked, is it? I don't know. A good choice is like a pretty big choice is Hinata, obviously. You know, people love Hinata too. You know. Yo, what's up, Ramen? How are you? Oh, hands are right here, by the way. This fuck. Yo, what's good? Android was the definition of I'll kill you, but I'll fuck you if you beat me. Good, how are you? Pretty good. Pretty good. Chilling, you know? Just chilling, vibing out. Just realized we've been just chatting for 2 hours. You know? We continue chatting, but I'm actually going to open the game because I did say I'm not stopping until I beat do 2 companion quests. So we kind of got to get the move on that. You know? I'm good, though. I haven't seen any of the androids yet. I'm used to... Yeah, Legate Matt, yeah. I just, like, he'll come through. He'll be like, oh, you just started? All I heard was you hate chat. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say I hate chat. Anko from Naruto was me. Hold on. I did like Anko. I did like Anko. She was underrated. Ooh. The image I pulled up was, the first one I saw was crazy. the first one that popped up was crazy. I accidentally turned captions on and I didn't even know there was captions on Twitch. Yeah, I added them just in case. Just in case someone wanted them. You have to enable it in your OBS for it to work, though. I gave you the DBZ fit because I can't think of any other better anime fit. No, I feel you. There's Anko. And obviously Tsunade, but she's not like a mom, you know. Everybody likes Tsunade, right? They're never accurate. It's not accurate at all. Yeah, they're not. Ino? You like Ino? I like Ino. I just didn't like her as a character, if you know what I'm saying. Tsunade the Milk? Yeah, Tsunade. Tsunade is just... Yo, Ino's best girl? Is she? Is she? I have Mass Effect open if you hear that. No, I mean, like, Ino's cool. I don't hate Ino. Like, you know. She's not my favorite. But we're good with Ino. Uncle used to tease the kids in that show. She did. She did. Ino's cool. Her character is yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, her character is not great. That's all I'm saying. You know? Like, her character is just not great. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Like, she was good looking. But she's just not, she's not up to par. I give her 6. She's just not really up to par, you know what I'm saying? Her and Hina together, we have all 3 women. Obviously, like, let's see. I was hoping nothing crazy popped up. You never know when you Google Tsunade. You know what I'm saying? You just never know when you Google Tsunade if you're getting something crazy. That's the wiki image, so we cool. You know. Tsunade. You know what I'm saying? Everybody loves Tsunade. Right? Like, there's not a person out there who's like, Tsunade. You know? Okay. What was I doing? Bernie and Otto together, we finna have a threesome, all 3 women. No questions asked? No questions asked. No questions asked.
If you're looking for work, you're shouting down the wrong hole. The Blood Pack only recruits Krogan.
Scrat's currently looking up Tsunade Tig Biddies. No, like if you just, I'm not even gonna show it on stream, but if you just Google and you go straight to the images, you could always get something crazy. I'm always scared I'm gonna get like a cosplayer. You know? Some of them cosplayers, I mean, the cosplays are great, but I can't just,
Clan leader wants to speak with
can't just pull those up, you know?
Talk to him soon, alien. If we decide you're not welcome, you'll know just.
Also, why don't people like Levi? Who doesn't like Levi? From Attack on Titan Levi?
Take your business.
Now them cosplays go wild, I'm saying. Like, you can't just pull those up. Yes? I don't know anyone who doesn't like Levi. He is short dick, man. Levi goes crazy. You know?
Damn right. Tear their scales off.
I like Levi. I have a Funko of Levi. It's probably because he's kind of mean, though. He's very straightforward, you know? He's a very straightforward character. I don't like short guys. How tall is Levi? Then why not put him in Fortnite? Probably because he's hurt. And they're probably only putting the main guys. Why do they put the guy who murdered people? Technically, no spoiler. 5'3"? Damn. 5'3". Yeah, he's short as hell. Damn. But technically, depending on, I'm 14 and taller than his ass. Yeah, 5'3" is crazy. I'd hate my life if I was 5'3". I'm not gonna lie. No offense to those who are 5'3" and under. I just couldn't picture being 5'3". Even though when I was 14, I was like 5'4", so I don't have much room to talk. 5'3" and under is crazy. It just feels like It's hard to live life under 5'3". Lord, I said all that shit in chat and you 14.
There's a big statue of a Krogan right in the middle. You must.
I'm 14, I'm 5'10". I'm 5'10". You're gonna be tall as hell, Ramen. You're gonna be tall.
What tradition demands.
Yeah, like you're gonna be tall as shit.
Your reforms will not go unopposed. You risk appearing weak at a critical time. Shepard.
What is happening? Saving the screenshot.
Excuse me.
Oh, it's Rex.
Shepard. My friend. You look well for dead, Shepard. Should have known the void couldn't hold you.
I played in COD lobby since I was 7. I'm chilling. True. True.
Rex, looks like you've done well for yourself.
Not for me, Shepard. For all
Wait.
Krogan.
OG Rex. I feel like I need to reload this and pull up the other
When
Krogan.
I'm done, we will be one people again.
I feel like I need to reload this.
Many traditions to get your way.
We can't have another denial Final Fantasy moment.
Speak when spoken to, Uvenk. I'll drag your clan to glory whether it likes it or not. Now, Shepard, what brings you here? How's the Normandy?
It blew up.
Destroyed in the Collector surprise
It
attack.
blew up.
I ended up spaced.
He headbutted the fuck out of that guy, huh?
The benefits of a redundant nervous system.
He headbutted the shit out of him.
Humans don't have that.
Oh, it must have been painful then. But you're standing here, and you've got a strong new ship. Takes me back.
Rex's new fit is cool.
Us against the unknown.
Who he headbutt? Just some random grunt who was talking on a turn. And he said, hey, speak when spoken to, bitch.
I have a Krogan on my crew. He has some kind of sickness and needs treatment.
Place me, huh?
Like a pimp or some shit. He did.
What's wrong if I can't see
The dude was like, I think he goes,
him next time?
shut the fuck up.
World Varen.
Fuck you think you speaking to?
Weak and human.
I'm looking for a Solarian. He was captured by the Blood Pack and brought
Did
here.
someone say head?
Scout commander can direct
did.
you. He's probably near the
We did.
perimeter running target practice.
We did.
Take too much of his time. I need a constant watch on the other clans.
Remember now.
I need to go. We'll go over this another time.
Remember.
Watch yourself, Shepard. Tuchanka isn't safe and homey like Theros and Ilos.
Yeah, this place looks kind of broken down. I mean, head of lettuce. Yeah. I would have been in the background. Me personally, I wouldn't let that slide. Just saying. Yeah, like, hey, good save. We need to go. A toss salad. Yes, a toss salad, of course. Talk to Scout. Talk to the Erdon Scout commander to find where the blood. You know, a toss salad, of course. Chief Scout is this way. And over here.
Watch it, human.
Not you. I loved me some toss salad. I mean, who doesn't? You heard?
What do you want, human? Rex told me
Who
to be
don't?
polite. He didn't say you were going to talk to me.
I'm looking for a Solarian. The Blood Pack captured him and he was last seen around here.
I heard about that Solarian. Poor bastard.
Damn.
If it's Blood Pack, then Clan Werlock has him.
Clan Werlock.
Scouts to check it out, but he
That's a
hasn't
cool
reported
name.
Back. Guess they got him too. Chief told me to give you one of the trucks. Just
I love
follow
me
the
some
highway
vanilla
early
creme.
space If you've got the quads
A good
to take
creme.
with him in the Blood Pack.
We're taking the truck. I should call her. Yeah, give her a ring, you know. Give her a ring. So we're taking Morden and we're taking Tally. Give me some ice cream. Yeah, ice cream is always the way to go there, you know. It's a good way to break the ice. You know? You know, it's a good way to get someone to go with you. I don't know many people. Brownies? I love brownies. Brownies are goated. So good. All right. Brownies are goated for real. I've seen these videos of TikTok where people don't eat the edges of the brownie. They just cut in the middle. And it's weird. Like, God, the way they melt in my mouth. Right? Right? Worried. Edges are ass? Of brownies? They a fucking menace? Yeah, like, you have to... You can't just take the middle, bro. The edges of brownies are good. They're crispy and shit. It's nice. I like the edges of brownies. Brownies are good, bro. Why am I on fire? The fuck is that? Thank you. Yeah. Like, the edges of the brownies are good as fuck. And they didn't just like cut in the middle, they cut a huge piece out of the middle too. So it was like most of the dish. It was weird. It was weird. Dead. Jesus. What's up, gang? Yo, what's up, Defendable? How are you? How's your day going? There's a divider you can add to your pan to get more edges. I think I've heard that. Well, that's Tally's drone. So far, so good. That's what we like to hear. I mean, the edges are good. I understand other baked dishes that people don't like it. Especially when they made the Oreo brownies. Oh my God, I was buying them shits like a crack addict. Like, man. Other baked dishes, like I understand not liking the edges. Something like Oops All Edges, that's pretty good. Brownies are just... I need to buy some. Brownies are just too good. I need to change my equip weapon next time we're around. Sesame's cool, but I need a better one. Didn't mean to do that. Speaking of edging, yes. Oh shit. I like cookies with a bit of a crunchy edge. Yes. I like ones that, especially like chocolate chip cookies that do a good job with the, I don't know if you had them when they put like flaky salt on them. Those bitches are good. Just like a little bit. Not a ton of salt, but like a little bit. Never? They're good with like a little bit. I just love cookies fresh out the oven. They all soft and melty. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Got his ass. I forgot I upgraded that. I completely forgot I upgraded. Shut up. Got him. Woo! Close. Speaking of malty, I went to a bakery a few days ago and it was the freshest and best cookies I've ever eaten. God. Bakeries are underrated. Now I want Subway because their cookies are the shit. You know who else has a good cookie, Illy? Jimmy John's Red Velvet. That shit is so good. I saw Keith Lee. I don't know if you follow Keith Lee on TikTok. I saw him make a video on them and I had to try them. Remember Queen Malty? Melon Mark? Hold on. Hold on. I'll DM? Okay. Mel Remark. Oh, Shield Hero. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Jimmy John's fire in general. I'll be smacking on a sandwich. You're right. Jimmy John's is good. Yes. Shield Hero's queen. Mm-hmm. Jimmy John's is good. Not that one? Okay, hold on. Wait, that's the princess. I need her actual mom. My bad. My fault. That's not the queen. That's her daughter. You right. Oh, sweet dear God. Yeah. Okay, hold on. That's the daughter? Yeah, that's not the mom. That's the daughter. That's her daughter. The queen. Yeah, like this right here. That's the daughter. That's not her mom. You trying to start me up again? The queen has like more of a purple hair. That's there. Okay, hold on. Let me copy it. Yeah, Malty's the daughter. We looking at this. That's her mom. This is the queen. Shield hero. There she is. There's the queen. Mm-hmm. I have some good picks, but can't send them. I feel you. I feel you. That's the queen. Man. How to woof woof, I'm saying. Yo, is season 2 worth watching? Down boy knees. Is season 2 worth watching? I watched a little bit and I was like, eh. It is. It gets better. Because I was like, eh. I'm where they all got separated. And I was like, I don't know. I got questions. That's an emote. That is an emote. Ramen and Illy's emote usage. Top tier. Top tier emote usage. It gets a lot better? Okay. If it does, I'll actually try it. Yeah, we can't let him shoot me again. A damn flamethrower. My boy Lil Sammy, go sub to him. That emote is good. Oh! There it is. Fucking fire. I love the emote usage. Illy and Ramen have such good emote usage.
Good girl.
There we go. Jesus, that hand cannon. That hand cannon's too good. I don't know how controller players do it. Shake that fucking ass. Oh, Sora's here. Welcome in, Sora. Welcome in. We'll send me a 2K streamer that's always high. His emotes are good. His emotes are good. I'll follow someone just for the emotes. I'm not gonna lie. We're elite, 100%. We are. Oh, yeah, find that. The absolute best. Sora, I saw your screenshot. I actually saw that. The message you sent me on Discord. I actually saw that. And so I reported them, but watch, nothing's gonna happen. When I was TikTok streaming, someone just straight came in and put this. Look at this. Cotton Boy. It's fucking crazy. You know? What? No way. Yeah. Yeah. My teacher took my broccoli I brought for practicals, so I stole some of her seaweed snacks. That's a good trade. Good trade. Well, no. Yeah, that happens all the time. So I see it, and I just, like, report it. But nothing ever happens. Nothing ever happens on there. I get banned. But they don't get banned. You know? I think there may be a... Let's see if they updated it. Should I beat his ass? Yeah, we're going to send everybody. I'm going hunting BRB. It happens all the time, you know? No follow-up. No follow-up. It gets crazy. I'm not going to lie. Seaweed snacks are so good. Yeah. Pooh Shiesty mask? You need it. You need it. everywhere. That was all luck there. Woo. TikTok is crazy. I think that's partially why I was getting banned, because of people like that. I think I was getting banned for their chat.
Built to withstand punishment.
I had some of her wasabi flavored ones, and I would never guess artificial wasabi is hotter than actual wasabi. Is it actually?
Sites of honor. Focus for repopulation.
It's racist wabbit season, you know, especially after Black History Month ended.
Human. Need to take a look.
But I was banned more than I was. Getting banned from where? TikTok.
Ligatures showing restraint at wrists and ankles. Track marks for repeated injection sites.
I think that's why I was getting banned.
Victim of experimentation.
I think I was getting banned because of these people. Why are you getting banned? I think what happens is I block or mute them and report them, and I get banned because they report. I've been called a dirty before IRL at work. Really? And nothing happened to the customer. That's crazy. He keeps shopping there. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, that's actually wild. I think my worst customer interaction I've ever had is it was my 4th day being the DirecTV guy in a Sam's Club. And a lady came in and she was absolutely livid at someone who had sold her DirecTV before. And she came in with her papers and threw them in the air at me. And so I'm standing there not knowing what's going on because I'm new, and papers are just like floating down, like she made it rain papers while cursing at me. It was crazy. Basically racism because you shouldn't get banned. It's your stream. What the fuck is up with this app? That's what I'm saying. They're like, deal with it. You should have danced. I should have. Sometimes you just know you're better than people, and that's me, and I'm better than him. 100%. I've never dealt with this IRL, only online. I don't look Hispanic, so everyone that is racist to me IRL calls me cracker, snow roach, etc. It's crazy. I've experienced it in real life because of Texas sports. Texas sports, people get really serious about those. I'm a light skin bro. I get bullied by dark skins more than white people. Interesting.
I don't suppose there's a way to tell who these
Like,
poor bastards
fans at football games and basketball games are insane.
Irrelevant now. Clearly part of Krogan tests.
They're insane.
Genophage. Humans useful as test subjects, genetically diverse, enables exploration of treatment modalities.
Now we've got 2 reasons to shut this place down.
It was nuts.
Focus on Malin. Too late to help the dead.
This way. It's just wild that some people are like that, you know? I mean, you do that light skin face, of course I'm gonna bully you. I'm racist, but not racist, if you know what I mean. I don't be doing it good. I was saying, because I've been in the gym, right? I'm in the gym getting right. When I hit the goal, I'm gonna be on here like Rage. I'm telling you. As soon as I hit my goal, I'm gonna be Rage. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. Like, watch. To be honest with you, I don't like sports. Never really have and probably never will. I mean, that's cool, you know? I love them. I think it's this. Is it this? Yeah. It is this. I don't know why it's not playing, though. It's just not playing the audio. Is it? Oh, I had the YouTube muted. What's going on? Yep, I'm gonna be just like this. Just wait. I hit the goal. This. After I've been in the lab, though. You know what I'm saying? I like pissing people off with sports, so I would ask my friend who they like and then post on social media that I'm hoping the other team wins. My first one was pleasant, but it caught me off guard. I was talking to a cool old white dude about trucker headsets at work, and out of nowhere, he tells me, it's weird how black people talk to each other, and you understand? That's wrong. I'm gonna stop. Illusion, what the fuck? Like, that's crazy. I'm telling you, bro. Watch. I'm on a big cut right now. We're on a big cut in the gym. As soon as I hit the cut goal, we right here. I'm opening stream like this, you know what I'm saying? What I do? We. Straight like this. You know what I'm saying? Same for real? Yeah, big cut. We're going into some. Look at Robin. If you don't, I'm going to be mad. I'm telling you. We're doing a cut till June. I'm going to get a tan and do the same thing. Bet, Sora. I'll do that thing. What's that Twitch feature where you can have more people up? We'll do an open stream like that. I can't do that. I'm too brown. Oh, you can. You can. I'm doing a cut till I'm average weight for my height. There we go. So I'm going till June. And so the cut, gym 6 days. I'm out here getting bullied in the chat. At least like look at Robin. So watch. Cut till June. Like serious cut. Free me what the fuck I do? No, you're good. You're good, Ramen. I'll protect you. I'm 6'2", 260. I'll look hilarious. Oh, you'll be good. That's still good. That's still good. And when we do it, you have to be on here too, Strange, to tell Addie get in here. Watch, she'll be like, whoa. Whoa. Sorry you said you're light skinned. You fucked up. No, throw that ass. Even though I'm light skinned. See, it's fair then. You know what I'm saying? Look at the emote.
But Warlock Gold, the chief of chiefs,
so I'll hype you up. There we go. I'll get on when I'm average weight for real. Bet. I'll bark if you want me to.
Krogan don't generally let people go. What is
big cut.
Plan?
If you walk away now, you can tell your children that you saw Clan Warlock.
So what I got? 3 months? We'll see where we are in 3 months.
You think the
Gotta get summer ready.
They are pitiful.
You know how it is.
Warlock Gold will destroy them. The Solarian will cure the genophage, and Clan Warlock will spread across the galaxy in a sea of blood.
Appears they discovered Malin's work. Unfortunate.
It doesn't have to happen like this. I can understand wanting to cure the genophage.
No human.
Yeah, 3 months. We got 3 months, and I'll do it.
You have not seen
we'll see
where.
That's Hot Boy shit. You know it's gonna be Hot Boy summer for real.
We're wronged. We will make it right.
Hot Boy summer. I'll get the hair braided and everything.
Half the galaxy sees the Krogan as victims. If you start a war, you'll lose their.
How the fuck you gonna do friendly fire?
We have the Blood Pact, and we have the Solarian. When our clan numbers in the millions, we will not need support. When we cure the genophage, Warlock Gold will rule all Krogan. The Krogan rebellions will become the Krogan Empire. The surviving races will frighten their children with tales of what the Blood Pact did to the Turians. The Asari will scream as their citadel plunges into the sun. We will keep Solarians as slaves.
It's a long speech, huh?
And eat their eggs as a delicacy. If you lack the wisdom to flee, then you will be the first of billions to be crushed beneath our might. For Warlock Gold, attack!
Weapons ready.
Best you can do.
Oh, very easy. They're done for.
Just the thing to have.
Send the drone out. Oh shit.
Closing in.
The Blood Pack. Now what? The Crypt Pack? I don't know. They're racist. They prefer red for some reason. Yo, Shepard. Shepard. Why is he not you? Jesus, bro. Big Woo. You know how it is. Got that one. Thank you. Shepard's kind of pissing me off today. Gate's missing the best part. He is. He really is. Jesus. Hide. Where's Legato when you need him? He really is missing a good part. He probably saw that we were just chatting. He's like, this is going to be a 3-hour segment, isn't it? We need Legate. Calling Legate. Oh shit, they're over there. Who's Legate? We need him. We need him in here.
Here, enjoy.
Oh shit, they're getting bold. Do it.
Can't get a lock. Oh.
What do you mean you can't get a lock, bro? He's right there. What the fuck?
Combat drone ready.
There we go. We did it. I'm not gonna lie, Shepard's kind of pissing me off with not using the abilities. Yeah, we gotta switch SMGs. Put up the Legate bat symbol. Put it up. There we go. Got the Iridium. Oh, hydrate. Bet. I'll send mail to his house real quick. Do it. There we go. Thanks. Thanks. Drink water, motherfucker. I'm trying. Drown in bath water. You know? It is low-key kind of difficult to drink a gallon. Y'all remember Austin Powers? I loved Austin Powers. $1 million. Miss Austin Powers was good. What's the one Beyonce was in? That was my favorite one.
Labs likely through
Also Miss Foxy, Cleopatra.
Hint of dead flesh.
It's hard. It's not hard to drink a gallon. I drink a gallon of you every day. Interesting. Oh yeah, baby. Groovy, baby. Save. Gold member. That's because I was a horny kid, though. To be fair, you know, it's Beyonce, so you know how it goes. I remember Ugly Bastard. God, what a movie. Same as fuck though. Yeah, you know, I saw Beyonce in there, and I was like, all right. That's actually what got me into Austin Powers. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Active console. Make
Beyonce's Beyonce.
1 moment. Genetic sequences. Hormone mutagens.
If I find an audio clip, can I get my own Shake That Ass audio? Maybe. Beyonce was in it.
Scorched earth immunosuppressants to alter hormone levels. Good.
Let me see.
Hate to see that.
Maybe.
We're not gonna find Malin staring at consoles.
I'd probably make it a once a stream audio. I'm not gonna lie to you. You mean the goddess in the tights with the titties? Exactly. You know. You know how it is. So I think that was around the time she put out that Naughty Girl music video, and that was my favorite music video I'd ever seen at that moment.
No restraint marks. Volunteer.
That wasn't her sister? The Naughty Girl.
Sterile, werelock, female, willing.
Grasslino so close? To what? Wait, close to what?
Pointless waste of life.
Hold on. I gotta check Lino's channel out. 300, is he? Yo, we do need Lino to get to 300. How many is he at right now? $295? That was your favorite because you were horny. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Hold on. Twitch.tv/ Yeah, we need it. If you don't already, let's get him there. Folks Lino. I'll post a link. I'll follow. Folks Lino. There he is.
I don't know what to snack on.
Follow my boy. On my way. We gotta get him. Mm-hmm. We're close. He's close. Derby. Bet. Alright, follow. My boy Lino. Lino laughs iconic. It's so good. Lino's laugh makes me laugh. Done. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. I wish you ain't work 4 days this week. Yeah. Yeah. That gives me time to watch Blue Lock, though, so I can talk about it with him. I told him I would. No, you. No. You. We're going to get him to 300.
I didn't expect you to be disturbed by the sight of a dead Krogan.
We're going to.
What? Why? Because
I told Lito last night I gotta catch up on Blue Lock so we can talk about it.
Causative. Never experimented on live Krogan. Never killed with medicine. Her death not my work. Only reaction to it. Goal was to stabilize population. Never wanted this. Can see it logically. But still unnecessary. Foolish. Waste of life. Hate to see it.
I didn't think you'd had much direct contact with things like this.
This suit is so
Did
cool.
you come to Tuchanka after dropping your plague?
Yearly recon missions. Water, tissue samples. Ensure no mistakes. Superiors offered to carry it on. Refused. Need to see it in person. Need to look. Need to see. Accepted as necessary. See small picture. Remind
I do like Morden.
I run a clinic on Omega.
Morden's cool.
Rest, young mother. Find your gods. Find someplace better.
Can you get any information from the body?
Minimal insight into experiments. Gene therapy. Risking cancer aiming for benign mutation. Krogan research is ruthless. Risking own clan's women for new data. Disgusting. Short-sighted. Wrong.
Infecting the entire species with the sterility plague.
Yeah, sterility plague is kind of fucked up.
Had to be done. Rachni wars, Krogan rebellions, all pointed to Krogan aggression. So many simulations. Effects of Krogan population increase. All pointed to war. Extinction. Genophage or genocide. Save galaxy from Krogan. Save Krogan from galaxy.
You could have cured the genophage instead.
True.
Brought hope to the Krogan. They'd have rejoiced.
Assumes human reaction. Krogan stimulus response different. Harsh environment. Take chance to fight. Flee. Would have caused chaos on Tuchanka. Victor would have war economy. Bloodthirsty army. Galactic expansion only logical outcome. More war. Genophage saved lives. War would have ended.
Look at the dead woman.
God, my suit is so
It doesn't
cool.
look like you saved her.
No, it doesn't.
Lino's got some good emotes too.
Only option. No other possible.
Lino does have some good emotes.
Doesn't matter.
I feel like I need a blasting emote for real. I feel like I need one. No, you're so cool. No. You are. You're cool, chap. Okay. Purple one first. Boom. Orange one. We're locked. Now we're looking for the green with the purple. Boom. Dude, I know a guy. I may need one.
This might be useful.
Because we do just go through just shooting at will. And I have accidentally killed people I'm not supposed to kill in these games. The issue is, like, does anyone else have an issue with... What did I miss? Not much. Not much, to be honest. Does anyone know how long it takes for emotes to get approved? We're going to kill someone? True, we are. Because I still... You throw that ass? Yeah, you missed it, Sora. And I deleted the VOD, so it's not up. Like in real life? Not real life. In GTA. You know, like one day. Because I have these emotes that are still being approved. Mine get approved instantly. Mine, it's been weeks. It's been weeks. They're normally manually approved. Like, should I delete them and re-upload them? Maybe. If they don't get approved in 2 weeks, resend them. That's what I think I'm going to have to. I'm going to have to. Because they're taking forever. Damn, I still have slots I need to fill, though. 1, 3 animated. So we need 3 regular ones and then 3 open slots. I'm behind on that. But I need to get that done. Who's your emo guy? It was a friend. Do you have a name? Yeah, I'll DM it. But I'm thinking about going a kind of a different style. So I'm not sure. Because I kind of like... Sorry, I didn't mean to hit the mic. I'll show you the style I like too. JJ. Am I not subbed? Hold on. Let me resub to my brother real quick. Hold on. And I'll show you. Forgot to resub. He's a Prime sub. I'm about to go steal someone's credit card real quick for these emotes. Yo, appreciate that. I do. Give sub. How come his subs aren't? Let me see. Oh, that's why they weren't showing up. Because I like the style of this emote right here. I want to steal that sleep emote. Like that emote right there. I like that. I like the style of that one. So I may go to that guy too. But I'm not sure. It looks so dumb but so good at the same time. That's what I'm saying, right? Like I love it. I love that one. You know? I like that emote. It's so funny. And so my brother's friend did that one. And so I may have him do some stuff too. I might. But I'm kind of waiting until we get even more emo slots. But we're a bit away from that, to be fair. You know?
Shepard, I'm detecting crates ahead that are holding unstable materials. A misplaced shot could cause a significant explosion.
Or a well-placed shot. Explosive useful.
Trying to get you to do something for me? What does that mean? Fucking Krogan's coming over. We're going to have to charge him. Charge him! I didn't do shit.
Watch out!
And take the submachine gun. Right at him. There we go. I just got Christmas ad, and I think they're a little late. Damn. Sexy motherfucker, you try. I love those emotes. Just in time for Christmas in March. Exactly. Or maybe they're trying that Christmas in July shit. You know what I'm talking about? Holy shit. Was not ready for that. Yo, Morton, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I have to do this. I'm sorry. I killed my own guy, I know. Starts earlier every year. It really does. It's weird. They both slumped her. Damn. The bloom on this is crazy. Definitely getting caught in 4K emote, since being the cameraman is for me, for real. Yo, what is that emote? That one's good. I do need one of those. The 4K emote, I need that. Rage has a good 4K emote too. Rage's is, let me go to his. Rage's is pretty good. I like Rage's. My guy, hold on, I'll whisper it to you. It's easier to just do it this way because I have his link. I'll message you real quick. I'll just send you his Fiverr. Discord. There you go. I sent you his Fiverr. I need all your guys. I don't know who does Rages. I like Rages a lot, actually, though. But I may switch it up. I may switch the style up just a little bit. Because I'm indecisive on stuff like that. You know? Who did the 4K emote? I have no idea. I refreshed by accident. I don't know who did the 4K emote, I'll be honest with you. I actually have no idea. Put it back in chat. Oh, you need the Twitch streamer. The Twitch streamer who had it was... I can't copy it because I can't use it, but it's I'm going to write it as I do it. DCUNRE 4K. That's what it is, but it doesn't work for me because I'm not subbed, obviously. But that's the emote name.
Go get him,
Shots.
Chica. Good girl.
The shots. be back on the glass. All right. Bet. I do appreciate good emote artists. Never mind, he's asleep. Ah. Day 82 of subathon. Oh shit. Subathons? I don't know how people do subathons. That's a lot of energy. That's a lot of energy for a subathon. I don't think I'm capable of those. Oh. I've done a 24-hour before. I have not. The longest I've streamed is that 8-hour a few days ago. I had a migraine that was killer in the last 2 hours. Yeah. I don't know how you did that. To be honest. That's actually pretty wild. Is he just charging the drone? What's a subathon? So basically what happens is you put a goal up, right? Or you don't necessarily have a goal, but every time someone subs or donos, the timer goes up. And so you stream, if it's uncapped, you literally stream as long as that timer goes. And you stream until it hits 0. And so like, Kai just did one that was a month. So he streamed every single day, except for when he was asleep, until the timer hit 0. He just did a full month of it. And so it'd be like, if I'm here, right? From the moment I wake up to the moment I go to sleep, I'm streaming. And the stream keeps going even when I'm sleeping. And you just do that till timer hits 0. At the time, they were super restrictive about music at the time with DMCA strikes. I only listened to 3 artists, and I have a clip of me losing it after the 16 to 17 hour mark. I'm listening to the artist if you want to see it. I do want to see it. Chop did a sleep stream, and that nigga was flexing in his stream. Really? Like, I don't know. I'll find it. Okay. I don't know how I would be able to do that. I just don't think I have that kind of capacity in me, to be honest with you. You know?
Eyes up front.
Just the thing to help. One down. Next.
I remember when Bruce did his subathon. Should be sending? Okay. Subathons are wild. Got him.
Close combat. Coming at us.
Oh, I see. I was always confused on what was supposed to be happening. I thought subs were made cheaper during that time frame. No, so they're the same. But what happens is, like, people just don't want to see you end. So, like, when Ludwig did his, I don't know if you remember when Ludwig did his subathon. The whole reason he did his subathon was because he wanted to get back to 15,000 subs. And he was actively trying to get people to stop. Like, he wanted to get off and stop doing the subathon. But people didn't want to see him end. They liked how miserable he was. If they were cheaper, Twitch would just take all the money. True.
Oh my god, you suck, little Tekka! You suck! I'm tired of hearing your stupid music! You suck! Let me listen to my music, please! Listen to... Oh my god! I need something other than Lil Tekka.
I need something other than Lil Tekka. That's funny as hell. That's actually funny. But yeah, people just, some people just don't want to see you in because they know that at some point you're just sick of streaming, right? You just want to go to bed and you want to relax. And people are just like, they love, one of my favorite clips of all time, that clip's great. That clip is great. And they just kind of want to see you keep going. So they keep subbing, they keep donoing. Gotcha. Subathons are starting to sound devastating low-key. Yeah, so I have a VTuber friend. I'll show you her Twitch. So she's a VTuber. She wasn't a VTuber when I met her, but now she's a VTuber. Kai made his subathon so entertaining. Yeah. Okay, I'm back. Welcome back. He made it seem like he wanted to be there. Yeah, because he had it all planned, right? So he knew it was going to be a month regardless. Because he knew he was getting there. It's LEVT. Right? Let me go to her thing. Twitch. Let me find her recently. A VTuber? Let's go. Yeah, so she's a VTuber. She's actually a bigger VTuber now. So when I first met her, I've been subbed to her for like 6 years now. But when I first met her, she was not a VTuber, right? She was just a regular one. But her last subathon day, let me look at the timer because there was something that happened and it had to stop. Oh, so the timer's in the corner of this shot. So let me see if you can see. I think I have to turn my camera off. So you see this timer right here? Right here? Oh, let me turn my camera off so you can actually... Okay, hold on. I got to do it via this way because it's being weird. So you see this timer right here? This is my friend. That's how long she had. So this is 213 hours, 45 minutes, 2 seconds. That's how long in her subathon she had to go. Yo, I love VTubers. Oh, if you want to see her VTube, it's...
Yes, I don't want to blow
That's her
up my
channel,
farm,
if
but,
you want to follow her.
Ooh, look at all this wine that I have. I also have a lot of...
Yeah, that's my friend. Camera on. Yeah, none of my toggle buttons are working since the Stream Deck updated. What's going on here? Damn those titties. Sorry. No, that's part of it. That's part of it. If you follow her on Twitter, you'll see a lot more than that, to be honest with you. She even got the jiggle physics. Yep. Sora, I'm a child. Let's go. Yeah, if you follow her on Twitter, like she commissions artists and stuff, so people draw her a lot. If I ever start Twitch streaming, I'm not doing that. Yeah, her subathon was insane. What? Yeah, Ramen's 14. But yeah, so she has the jiggle physics and all that. And so she did a subathon, and she had 213 hours, 45 minutes, and 2 seconds. Screenshot it. I ain't talking about his titties. Yeah. That's her. I walked away for 10 minutes and Scratch has still not completed Morden's quest. You were right. I got distracted because we were talking about subathons. You know, we were talking about subathons and I got distracted. We're locked because we were talking about titties. No, I was talking about subathons and I was using my VTuber friend as an example, and then they noticed that she had jiggle physics. Subathons and also titties. Yeah, it was like subathons, asterisk, and also titties. You know? But yeah, so her subathon was not... She just happened to have titties, right? Exactly. My subathons were always for charity. That's another good reason to do them. But so, hers technically had to be on pause because they had a family emergency, and it's going to resume. But hers is not capped, which is crazy. And so, uncapped subathons, those are not for the weak. I'll be honest with you. They're definitely not for the weak. Just hold on, Morden. Why did my controller do that? His armor's cool. Chief's dead, though. Got him. We did it. Mine was 36 hours. That... I don't think I could stream that long. I don't know how you do that. I'd be dying. I'd be a literal zombie on stream. To be honest. Lino did a 36-hour for fun one day. Yeah, like, they're different. I feel like at most what I could do is like a 12. I raised like $3,657 for my buddy's cancer treatment. That's awesome. That was for... Is his name Justin? I was lurking there the whole time I was awake. Damn. I can't. I think the longest that I'll be able to go is 12. I called into work because I didn't know. Yeah, you'd have to. When I did my 24-hour stream, I had to leave a few times for my mom, but what I did was stream my Discord. I had a friend come in for a little bit to play. Yeah, Joezilla. That's who it is. That's a good way to do it. I feel like if I ever did a 24-hour, which I don't see happening, I'm just here. Like, I'm not doing the one where you go to sleep if I do a 24-hour. Like, we're here. And I may, like, make it where chat can wake me up with sounds and stuff like that if I fell asleep. But I think the longest that I'll do a 24-hour, we're a long ways off. I did say at 225 followers, we got a 12-hour coming. Scratch what Lena did was chug a monster. I would have to do that. I'd have to get a few. I have to be back on the energy drink grind. But yeah, at 225, we have a 12-hour coming. That's all I have planned so far. Did I save? I can't drink caffeine. It makes me tired. I shotgunned a monster. That had to be crazy. And not include me and Sora in your sleep stream? I'm not having a sleep stream. You know? So I was suffering for 24. That had to be crazy. It was? I saw colors? Yeah, I'd imagine. Oh, God. God. We're going to? Who's going to? The one who streams, like, the longest... I don't know if you know Soda Poppin'. There's some... Well, I don't know if he does it anymore. But there were times where he'd be streaming for, like, almost 2 straight days. Just wild. I'll do 12 hours for 50 subs and 24 for 100 subs. On your channel? It's too late for mine. You know? PS5 Pro apparently in the works. Yo. That's a good one, Sora. You should. You should. So I was like, we're already at 50. You know, it's kind of too late to promise that. It's too late. It's a little too late to promise the 100 subs. Oh, we gotta go down. Whoops. Yeah, we gotta go down. Yeah, 225 followers, 12 hour. Yeah, they said it should be released in June. Ooh. That'll actually be cool. What more can that do at this point? That's a good question. Yeah, I don't know what's going to be the what extra is it going to give you? I'll do a 24-hour sub for any good reason. I've done some ridiculous stuff for charity streams. I think that's a good idea. I keep saying I'm going to stream next month, but to be honest, I probably won't until I have my schedule completely back down. Yeah, I say get your schedule so you know when. So you know when. Hi, I'm Charity. They go to vibrate. We got to hack the terminal. F5. Shit. Did it. Did it. Yeah, imagine your PS5 just vibrates more. That's it. Because the PS5 can do basically everything already. Unless they have like some absolutely crazy VR shit.
Malin, alive, unharmed.
One now can reach 4K and the max is FPS 120 or more. Yeah, like what else? Unless they're pushing for like 240 or something.
Smart man, Professor. You always had trouble seeing evidence
Maybe.
that disagreed with your preconceptions. How long will it take you to admit that I'm here because I wish to be here?
I waxed my legs, 1-chip challenge, I ate a jar of mayonnaise, ate a whole bunch of jalapeno, ate a whole onion too. Ooh, an onion is...
Maybe the Werlock brainwashed or drugged him to keep
You said vibrate, and now I gotta talk about something. I was playing VR chat the other day, and I overheard some motherfuckers say they have their toys connected to their VR chats, and if you touch them in those areas, it will actually vibrate. VR chat is a different place, isn't it?
Subjects always lose higher cognitive function.
VR chat sounds wild. What the fuck is that? I would just flop on the floor and die. Yeah, I couldn't.
He wasn't kidnapped. He came here voluntarily to cure the genocide.
Yeah, they wild as fuck for real.
Impossible. Whole team agreed. Project necessary.
How was I supposed to disagree with the great Dr. Solus? I was your student. I looked up to you.
I do have this. I would wax my legs. That one's easy. Probably streaming on Kick. True. True. BRB. All right.
I can deal with that.
I'd do anything besides the 1-chip challenge. So you know what's funny? We have lofty goals over on this stream. Going to check. We have lofty goals on this stream. I believe I said 500 is hot chip. Did I, Sora? Did I say 500 or 1,000? Which one was it? 500 or 1,000? I've done way more. I wouldn't do the mayonnaise. I hate mayonnaise with a passion. 500 hot chip. Yeah. 500 hot chip. 1,000 thick water, or was it reversed? I also did a full face of makeup too. That one's not too bad. What is with these voice cracks I've been having lately? Mayonnaise is fine tasting, but a jar's outrageous. I hate it. I did a live acoustic set once. That's fire, though. That's actually fire.
You honestly think the experiments you did here are justified?
We committed cultural genocide.
I'd eat a jar in a day if I was allowed to slap it on a bunch of stuff.
Because I was taught to be
Drop some ball scratch. Man up. Wrong website.
Morton?
That's Kick.
Did you ever perform
That's
experiments like
Kick.
this?
No, never taught you this.
That's on
Caleb.
Kick.
So your hands are clean.
My dad would just force feed me if I didn't like stuff when I was younger, and I must say I'm the least picky child because of it. I am very picky.
The only way I know how.
You know, my mom would be like, if you're not eating this, if you don't eat this, you're just going to bed hungry. And I'd be like, fuck it, I'm going to bed hungry then. I'm going to bed hungry. Drop some ass women up? No, I raw dogged the mayo and I did it in 5 minutes. I just couldn't.
Malin clearly doesn't need rest.
I couldn't. I hate mayonnaise.
What do you want to do?
I hate them. Raw dog me.
Face the truth, can you? Can't admit that
I
your
mean-
brilliant mind led you to commit an atrocity.
Damn.
Unacceptable experiments. Unacceptable goals. Won't change. No
Slumped
choice.
his ass.
Have to kill you.
Wait, you don't need to do this, Morton.
If I was hungry, I could down mayonnaise like no other. I don't think I could. I'm also like,
Not a murderer.
I don't like condiments, right? It's like, I'm not a big fan of ketchup, mustard, mayonnaise, any of that.
No Weirlock left. Project over.
What if he talks to Mork Rogan? Tells the
I
public
love
about the Modified
condiments.
Genophage Project.
Special tasks group good at covering tracks.
Can you do me like your mayonnaise?
Weirlock willingness to work with Salarian, unusual. Other Krogan will kill him.
Aren't you worried that he'll start his research again?
No, locking this unit. Special task group can cut access to old data. Could start from scratch. Decades of work, though. Didn't teach you everything I knew.
You heard the professor. Get out before he changes his mind.
Where am I supposed to go, Professor?
Don't care. Try Omega. Can always use another clinic.
The Krogan didn't deserve what we did to them, Professor. The genophage needs to end.
True.
Not like
I forgot a child in here, dear God.
Misunderstood mission parameters. No kidnapping. My mistake. Thank you.
Don't worry about me, Morton. How are you doing?
Should have killed him. Wanted to.
Chill. Yeah, Ramen's
Easier than
chill.
Listening. Easier for him too. Experiment.
Ramen chilling.
How far he's fallen. Expected it from Krogan. Not one of mine.
Maybe you're giving the Krogan too little credit. Or giving the Solarians too much.
Possible. Sloppy thinking. Must correct. Malin's research. Only loose end. Could destroy it. Closure. Security.
Unrelated. But am I weird for not liking asking friends for invites? Like, if they invite me, I'm glad. But if they don't, I feel bad for asking. I don't ask friends for invites. You know what I'm saying? I never do.
This is the research that includes...
I never ask friends for invites. If it happens, it happens.
Right
But if they don't invite me, they don't invite me. You know, it is what it is.
Death's worth something. Malin's work could cure genophage.
No,
effects on Krogan. Effects on
You
Galaxy.
can, but I'm going to be
Too many
reported and on
Too
Instagram
many
feed saying women sexually, so... If they don't invite you, they're not your close friends. You know, sometimes, like, I don't know if I'd say they're not your close friends. Most of them will invite you every time. But some kind of just know what you like, too, right? So, like, my friend knows if he's going to a movie with this other friend and, like, she wanted to go and stuff, I'm just not going because she talks through every movie. So he just knows, like, I'm just not there. You know what I mean? I would invite them, but just warn them. Yeah, that happens too. I literally said something along the lines of, if you want to hang out, I'm in my server all the time. Join if you want to hang out or don't. Yeah. So you actually are not the only one. Yeah, like, I don't ask for invites. I never do. I don't invite people in games. Yeah, like, I don't. Sometimes if I'm going to places, I'll invite my friends, but I don't ask them to invite me to places. I kind of look at it like, I look at it like inviting yourself to someone's house. I always found that to be rude, right? So I just kind of apply that to everywhere else. But that's just me. I used to hate when people try to invite themselves to my house. But if I see they're already playing, they can invite me if they want. Yeah. Yeah. What do I want to do here?
You regret what the Krogan have become. You see the horror of what they did here, but you see the loss, too.
Wasted potential.
They don't deserve this, Mordin. Save the data.
Point taken, Shepard. Capturing data.
Exactly. My friend bitch and complain you don't invite me. Like, okay, I invite them to something. I love to do like Marvel premieres and I invite them and they're like, oh, well, we can't. Then don't ask, bitch. Exactly.
I'd like to look around a bit more.
Even if they already playing, I still don't join. Yeah. Invite me to that, bro. Like, that's stuff I'd go to. I love Marvel, DC, and Dick. Marvel is fire. It is. Boom. Boom. Yeah. Where's that other one? Boom. Invite me to an orgy, I'll go. Okay. Or I'll have an event here at my house like WrestleMania, and they're like, well, we don't like wrestling. Then why would you complain? Right? Like, I'd probably still go even if I didn't enjoy wrestling. Like, I don't really know wrestling like that, but I'd still go because it's kind of cool. You know? Damn, rest in peace to the Krogan. I'd only go hang out with them if Miss Johnson's there. You know what I'm saying? If Miss Johnson's there, I'm there no matter what we doing. Okay, we did it. They know the stuff I like, and I invite my friends who enjoy that stuff, and they get all butthurt that I don't invite them to places. Yeah, it's weird. That's just weird. Hi, Miss Johnson. 2 points. Gotta save those. Okay, we maxed that out. Mordin's technical breakthroughs increase his strength of his shields. Weapon damage, yeah. Only time I turn down invites, like actually if mental health is terrible or there are too many people who I don't know. The only time I really turn down invites, but I always tell my friends, you can't invite me to stuff last minute. Right? Like you just can't, I can't do things last minute. You have to tell me in advance so that I don't have something else happening. That's why I just do stuff by myself or hang out in games. Yeah. See, that's a valid reason. Yes. When you gonna let me hit that, Miss Johnson? But that's one of my friends' issues, is they're very last minute. And so they're like, yeah, I can't do stuff in like 2. They'll be like, yo, we're going here in a couple hours. Can you pull through? And I'll be like, no, I can't. You know what I'm saying? I just cannot. And so that's what makes it difficult. Because I'm like, yo, what do you want from me, bro? There's nothing I can do there. Attack drone, explosive drone. Attack recharge. Explosive. Lit. Bro, they'll say, you never hang with us? You can't cancel your plans and be with us? Like, no, that's rude as fuck. Exactly. My friend tries to sit next to me. No, that's Miss Johnson's seat. Yeah, like, move over, bruh. That's for Miss Johnson. Sit across the way. I don't know why it's doing asterisks. But I know what you meant. They're my best friends. I love them to death, but they don't get it. Yeah. Like, I guess it also has to do with your job, right? So, like, my friend's a teacher, which means you work Monday through Friday at certain times. But me, my schedule's more fluid, right? Being a photographer and everything. So it changes all the time. My friend's a streamer. Streamer friends are awesome. I love streamer friends. Welcome in, Cursed. My friend is you, Cursed. I was going to say my friend is you, Cursed. See, we knew. We're on the same wavelength. We're like this. I had these 2 friends. They were friends at the time, but they snaked on me. Who would come to my house. My mom would let them in. They would tell me to come hang with them, turn off my console, and get mad when I get mad for doing that shit. Yeah, that's rude. I did that shit once when I was like 7. Got told bad, learned my lesson. They did this shit over and over. Yeah. Great minds do meth together. You've got a friend in me. Exactly. What have you done so far? Welcome in, Legate. We just finished Morden's quest. Now, we have to switch out crew members. Because now, we're doing Grunt's quest. Honestly, bro, I set my alarm for these streams because I love y'all. Yo, that means a lot. We love you. We love you. Only one loyalty mission in 3 hours? To be fair, I have not been playing this game for 3 hours. To be fair. You got a friend. We were calling it at the beginning of the mission too. Like we were like paging. She were nowhere to be found. What do you think of Tally? I mean, I haven't really spoken to her a lot. Love you too, but exactly. We love Strange Seed around here for real. We do. All right, now we've got Grunt. Where he at? There he is. Look at him, looking cool as fuck.
Watch it.
Do you have Legion yet? Is that a mission? It's a character. No. I don't. That's the last one, right? Yeah, I don't have Legion. Love y'all. We love you. We do. There we go. We're good. Yeah, I'm glad you don't. If you did, that would mean you did the Reaper IFF. Yeah, we don't have him yet. What I did do off stream though, Legate, it's good you're here. I did some mining and I did some ship upgrades. And so I'll show you the ship upgrades real quick. Let me go into the Normandy. I did a little bit of mining. Because I didn't want to do that on stream because it takes forever. Yes, Queen. It does. It takes forever. You were right. I was literally sitting here. I was in Hassan. I don't know if you watched Hassan Abi. I was in Hassan's stream. And I was fucking farming these stupid materials.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
Appreciate it. Honestly, I've thought about dropping my friends because it feels like so much work to make them happy and it shouldn't feel like that. Yeah. I feel like that's a conversation thing first. You'd be like, yo, I mean, if you already had it, then by all means. But after that, so I had this. That's great. You need more, though, to tell you. What? What do I need? So I have the extended fuel cells, the heavy ship armor, probe bay, multi-core shielding, the Thanix cannon. What else do I need? You have to investigate at every companion and ask for upgrades. Did you do that? Yeah. There's only one that I need that I can't afford. And I think it's Morden. Hold on. Let's go to Morden real quick. The fuck is Morden? Let me talk to Morden real quick.
Still hard to believe Malin betrayed me. Betrayed my work.
Hold on. We're about to see.
Disgusted by his actions. Proud of his nerve, though. Always thought he lacked backbone. Hope he finds something new. Better goal, better purpose. Fewer torture tests.
What about Malin's data on the genophage?
Once we get done. Do you have multi-core shielding? I do. I do have multi-core shielding.
I'm not dealing with it now.
We've had the conversation already. They said if you don't make the time for us like you do for your other friends, we'll drop you. Yeah, I'd cut work.
Wasted enough time already. Lots to do. Talk later.
I done it to my high school friends when they got mad at me over some Apex game. I don't talk to like most of my friends from high school, to be honest with you.
Any ideas on other ways to prepare for the collectors?
Ideas, yes. Expensive, but possibly valuable.
I do have multi-core shielding, though. You think you go romance Tali or not? We're romancing everybody. So I'm quite literally a few short of dermal regeneration. But I think his is the other one that I don't have.
Let me know if upgrades...
But what are like the must-haves? Like. That's so petty for an Apex game. It is.
Have you got a minute to talk?
Not now. Working on collector data. Anything
I'm not
else?
saying you're wrong. I'm saying why you get mad for some games. Fuck Apex. Yeah, Apex is crazy.
I'll let you work.
I think you have all the must-haves, actually, now that I think about it. Romance Morden for kinky science sex. You're right. That's got to be a crazy sex scene, too, huh? That's got to be a crazy one. Do you have heavy ship armor? Let me check. So the upgrades that I have, we have the advanced mineral scanner. We have extended fuel cells. Yeah, I have heavy ship armor. I have the modular probe bay. I have multi-core shielding, and I have the Thanix cannon. That's a lot of fucking machines. I'm saying, right? Medbay upgrade? No. Who has that one? That's Morden, right? Morden has the advanced mineral scanner. Yeah, I have that. I think Medbay's Miranda, right?
Commander, I think you'll want to talk to Garrus.
Oh, Garrus has a quest now. We need that. You can buy the upgrades at your terminal. Oh. Where? How do I buy them? And I damn near died 3 times when I defended them at the gunpoint for a lighter, so they should have thought about that over fucking Apex game. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. I thought you could? No, I don't think so. Kate, Lorik, Martin. Fuck him, I'm your friend now. That's right. Illy, your friends. We're your friends now, for real. Fuck them. There's a terminal in the science bay where you can buy them. Oh, and welcome in, Scrivel. How are you? How's it going? In the science bay? Oh, right here. Right? No. I just been lurking while at work? Perfect. I hope your lurk's been going well. Remember to talk to Garrus. Yes, I need to talk to Garrus. Let's go see old Garrus.
Commander.
I think you're good on upgrades? Right, I think the only one I need is Morden's, but I'm only a few short of his. But do I have all the essentials? Like, there's nothing more that I actually have to focus on? Right? You have all the essentials. Okay. Perfect. Now Garrus wants to talk. Give the essentials so no one dies. Perfect. That's all I care about. I don't care about the rest. I hope everyone here is doing successful though. Real shit. Yo, I appreciate that. Bang Morden and upgrade your med bay for free. Cursed is really thinking here.
You came by. I've got something. I may need your help.
Cursed is really thinking here for real.
The one who betrayed my team. I found a lead on him. There's a specialist on the Citadel named Fade. He's an expert at helping people disappear. Sedonis was seen.
Yeah.
Where do we
We'll do it.
Fade? I've arranged a meeting. We'll meet him in a warehouse near the Neon Markets down on Zakera Ward. Thanks, Shepard. I appreciate you taking the time to help me.
Bet. Bang Garrus because it's the right thing to do. It is. He's been through so much. You know, he's been through so much. We should all, honestly, I'll show you. I know exactly what we should do. We should clear this room out. Did you get Garrus's quest? Yeah, just now. We should clear this room out and just have everybody go at it. Thoughts? Just everybody. You know, even Dr. Chakwas. Everybody just in here just going crazy. Her too. She can stay too. These other ones gotta go though. Give him some Shepherd Tussie. Exactly. The boxes are gonna make you a rolling tray. Oh! That just reminded me. Since Curse is here. That just reminded me. Jog my memory. General. This is cool as fuck. This is cool as fuck. Like, Curse killed with this cutting board. Shepherd Tussie is wild. You'd break Joker 100%. That's clean. It is, right? The gang banging Christian. Exactly. I'll take it, but I'm not good at rolling. Look at this. I use the bong daily. Curse made this cutting board. It came out so good. Holy. This is clean. I meant to comment on earlier, but I forgot because I get distracted. You know how it is. But that's like 3 to 4 pounds too. Jesus. It turned out really good, Cursed. Like, seriously. It's hella resin. Yeah, it looks like it was a lot. Yeah, Curse handmade this. He handmade that cutting board. It's cool as hell. He has an Etsy store if you want to buy cutting boards. It's called Cursed Wood. Perfect name, too. Cursed Wood. It's so good. So good. Yeah, Curse is good. Yo, Link? Alright, bet. Let me find it. I have it. I'm not logged in my Etsy though, so hold on. Can I buy the Forbidden Dick? Probably not. Probably not in that store. To be honest with you. Was it in self-promo? Yes, it is. Copy link. Here's the link. There it is. Right there. Cursed Wood. I need a good present for my dad, and he loves cutting boards. Next up, I'm going to make rolling trays, and my wife wants me to make some planters. Planters would be cool. Planters would be cool. All of them would, to be honest. Yep, Cursed Wood. I love that name, too. And here's the other ones. So we got this one. We got this one. And we got this one. All good work. Very good work. This one's my favorite, though, obviously. This one's the coolest one. 100%. But yeah, if you want a cutting board, cursedwood.etsy.com. How much head do you want for a free one? Mel Shep always has about one more romance. You know, if we can romance everybody, you know. That's something I thought about too. I've got a few templates to cut some out. Oh, charcuterie boards. That's a good idea too. That is a good idea. All right, let's go back and do the mission. Love to see that. Curse is good, I'm telling you. He does good work. Very good work. Shark coochie boards. Exactly.
Spiritual side. His psych profile mentioned little of it. And he
you may be a throat coat, but the wifey got me covered there, and she's untouchable. Yeah, you can't trade for it, Sora. I always thought the devs were cowards for not putting in a Krogan romance. They are. They are.
A lot of women like bad boys.
Oh, I don't know. Good guys are pretty nice too. Anyway.
Kelly just seems like a freak, huh?
Is there anything I should know?
Nothing right now. Anything else, Commander?
Kelly just... She's giving me freak vibes for real. Fucking with it. They wanted the other romances to have a fair chance. Yeah, because everyone would choose the Krogan. So many people would have chosen Rex. Kinky Kelly. You know, she's got that Karen haircut, but she's not giving me that vibe. What's up, Grunt? She's not giving off the vibe of a Karen. She's giving me more of the Kinky Kelly vibes. So we're going to take Grunt. 10,000%. Rex can get it any day. Grunt time, yep. I want you to fall in love in the game, then have the girl die. That is quite the request. Depends on who it is. To be honest with you. Depends on who it is. I did that once with Miranda. Yikes. By mistake. I haven't talked to Miranda in a while, it feels like. Feels like I haven't talked to her in a while. Are you okay? Look out there. My first playthrough, I did the quickest reload. Yeah, you'd have to. You don't want her to die.
You again. I told you the Blood Pack only wants Krogan. Go flash your smooth skin somewhere else.
Bro, you not see what I did to the rest of the Blood Pack? Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth, my boy.
Take your business to the clan leader and keep your running pet on a short leash. Get him the right soon or put him down.
Do you know what's wrong with him? What he needs?
There's nothing wrong with him. Just go speak to the clan leader.
You haven't talked to Miranda because you still got to do her companion quest. True. I do need to do her quest. I feel like we've had her companion quest for the longest.
And the Solarians, too. Those little bastards.
Headbutt him like Rex. That's what we need. Just ignore her quest. Just don't do it.
Strength after the destruction of Clan Werlock. Based on population profiles, Clan Erdnot has adopted
Here we go.
Mostly women and children. Also, I have been unable to access local.
But hey, I just want to say thanks for the words, everyone. It means a lot. If you know peeps looking for woodworking stuff, shoot them my info or DM me on Discord. Bet. 100% I will. We're forever repping cursed wood over here.
What can I do for you, my friend?
I have a Krogan on my crew. He has some kind of sickness and needs treatment.
I'm looking for your wood to get it working. Okay.
Where are you from, whelp? Was your clan destroyed before you could learn?
I always stick with Miranda because Shepard in the third is the only person she has left, so I feel bad leaving her. Yeah, putting on Twitter now. Yep.
From Kredok, Moro.
Yep. Cursed wood.
You
Bet.
recite warlords, but you are.
I don't feel close enough to Miranda to feel bad for her. You know what I'm saying?
I am pure Krogan.
I'll fly out to Texas to build you a bed, Scratch. We can test it fully while I'm there. Say less, Cursed. Don't promise me. Don't. Like, don't fool me with a good time. I'm down. 100%.
How could he be alive?
Down.
I need Grunt back up to speed. What's wrong with him?
There's nothing wrong with him. He's becoming a full adult.
Wait, so this is a pilgrimage?
I can record. Bet. You are the cameraman.
Krogan undergo the rite of passage.
Too far, Rex. Your clan may rule, but this thing is not Krogan.
Idiot. So, Grunt, do you wish to
I'll get the
stand
towel.
or
Bet.
not?
All hands on deck.
This is his choice.
All hands on deck. I've only drove through Texas, had weed on me, so I was actually driving like you should. Yeah, get out of there. Texas does not play about weed. Make sure if you have weed, get out of here.
What I am for.
They don't play around.
Boy, speak with the shaman. He's over on the second level. Give him a good shot.
You mean all hands on deck? Yes, I misspoke. For real, we need all hands on deck for real. I mean on deck, you know what I'm saying?
Too, Shepard. How many times
Who wants to be in the splash zone? Texas is ass when it comes to weed. They really are. Texas does not fuck around with weed. I think Miranda's the only character who actually shows that she really cares about Shepard. I was ready to eat a full half ounce if we got pulled over. Yeah, you have to. Get rid of it. Why is that, though? I don't know. Texas is really weird about it. You know? We have a lot of people here that call it a gateway drug. You know what I'm saying? They call it a gateway drug.
Good to see you, Rex. Sure you can't come with us?
They just don't fuck with it.
But I need to keep these short-sighted fools in line. Hunt well, Shepard.
Texas probably needs more weed, not less. Yeah, I agree. Gateway to junk food. True. For the people who don't know what a gateway drug is, can you explain? So, basically what they argue, and I know this because they used to tell me this in high school. They say when someone starts smoking weed or eating edibles, that is a gateway for them to start doing harder drugs. So they'll be like, oh, it's just a little weed. Let me try some cocaine. Let me try some heroin. Stuff like that, you know?
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Yeah.
Bang!
You see what I'm saying? Man, I thought your character had some shit on his ass. Yo. I know what you mean. Yeah, so what they're saying is they're like, weed will make it easier for them to do other drugs. And so because of that, they don't necessarily want you smoking weed. But I can look for a better answer. That's just what I've been told. All I'm hearing is skip to other drugs. That's basically it. Bro, alcohol made me do other drugs, not weed. Yeah. Weirdly enough, you'd think it'd be alcohol that they would hate. But they fucking love beer here. They are all about the beer. And it doesn't help that we have one of the worst governors in America. But he is, this is basically what's happening now with it. You know? Everyone here is kind of like, yeah, I think it's time. But this guy right here does not want it to happen. You know? He's not cool with it. So, Abbott can catch these hands? Oh, God, he could. God, I hate him. I hate Abbott. He looks like a walking buzzkill. He's not a walking buzzkill. He's a rolling buzzkill. Let's be accurate. I don't even love there, and I hated it. Yeah, like Greg Abbott, the one guy. Yeah, he's not a walking buzzkill because he can't walk. He's a rolling buzzkill. You feel me? I hate Greg Abbott. All my homies do. Alcohol is worse than weed. I speak from personal experience because my dad was an alcoholic. Alcohol is definitely worse. Arkansas only has medical, but shortly after they started sales, the state had a surplus for the first time in a long time. I think I feel like it makes sense to legalize. Abbott came down here for the Charos Day Parade and everyone booed him. Yeah, I feel like all we do here is boo our state officials. Alabama just repealed child labor laws. I saw that. That's wild. I actually did see that. That's fucking crazy. Welcome to the 1900s. Yep. Our state officials suck. Yep. We have two of the worst. Two of the absolute worst. The others suck too, but we have two of the absolute worst. That means I can finally get kids to work for me legally in Alabama. In Alabama, you can. So all the kids that get pregnant can get a job. True. Talk to Shaman. What the hell is Shaman? Shaman is this way. Abbott and Cruz. Yep. Abbott and Cruz. Tired of having to do it illegally, finally. Yeah, rejoice. Rejoice, for children can work now. You know? Make the legal working age 8. Yeah, you know, 8-year-olds do great work, I hear. Just great work, you know. The legal working age in Florida is 14. I don't know what it is here. But I had a job at 15, so.
This world is nearly destroyed. And for the most part, the Krogan have done it to themselves.
You'd know about that, Quarian. How's that slave machine race going?
Oh, that's Shaman right
We
there.
were driven from our world, but the Krogan are.
They can work, they can fight, meaning I can beat my kids. I don't think that's how that works, to be honest with you. I may be wrong thinking this, but I feel like young kids with jobs helps them understand what society's like. I feel like at a certain age, right? Me at 14 versus me at 16, we're kind of two different people.
How do
You
we
know?
know it will challenge him?
I was working at 15 though. I do feel like everybody should have a customer service job though.
No blood, no matter the wound.
I feel like that's a must.
Does not help your case. I'll speak for myself. This is the tank bread. It is very lifelike. Smells correct as well.
You know?
Your protests ring hollow, Uvank.
Worked at 13. 100%. Bring bullying back, it builds character. It kind of did. I'm not going to lie. But I do feel like everybody should work a customer service job. You can kind of tell who hasn't worked one and who has. You know, because there's nothing like working customer service that makes you appreciate being nice to people. You know? I hate those people that don't understand the struggle. Yeah, like they do not get it. And they're really rude. That's why I just can't fuck with people who are rude to like customer service people, waiters, things like that. I can't fuck with them.
Erdnot Rex has given us permission to seek clan status for Grunt.
Everybody should have to work one.
That is good enough, if lacking in spirit. If this
Same, yeah. I can't fuck with them.
denial. My clan
I
stands
can't.
against
Like even now, if I'm frustrated with the customer service people, like if I'm mad at Amazon, I'm like, yo, I know that this is not your fault, right? I know that this has nothing to do with you, but I'm frustrated. I'm just letting you know that up front. I'm not frustrated with you, and I apologize if I seem like I'm frustrated with you. But this is an issue. Everyone needs a service job, 100%. I feel like that'll make a lot of people better people.
We stand with Grunt as shipmates and comrades.
Shipmates are not the same thing. But I grant you aliens your simple interpretation. Aliens don't know strength. My followers are true Krogan. Everything about Grunt is a lie.
Bro, me at Spectrum, yeah. Holy shit. Spectrum sent me an email this morning Talking about my internet's probably going out today because they have to service it.
You would go against a shaman's will and stand in Grunt's way?
I feel like in order to graduate high school, you need to work 1 month in a food service and 1 month in retail. Yes. Yeah, that should be like a required thing. You know? Spectrum's the only company that I've ever almost lost my shit with. They're so frustrating. What makes it worse is they're frustrating because they know you can't leave.
Get in our way, and the few brains you have will meet the light of day.
Ha! I like this human. He understands our ways better than some of our own.
Why can't I leave? I can't leave because they're my only internet option.
You cannot decide in his favor.
So where am I gonna go?
Krogan tradition if you pollute the right.
For real, yeah. I do feel like that would be a good mandatory course.
Your mother was born.
Having to work retail and in food service.
Authority of centuries. I decide who is worthy.
Helps teach manners and work ethic.
Is the end of it. I have other means to oppose this.
Like, y'all are lucky I can't just dip. I'm saying they know. They know.
Enough for me to like you.
They're like, what are you gonna do? Leave?
Your problem now.
We're ready. Let's do this.
Excellent.
I can't relate. I gave EMA a few months since I wasn't streaming or anything, so it wasn't bad. I left the day of them fucking me over. Yeah, we just quite literally, there's not a whole lot of internet options here. I wanted the T-Mobile internet, but it's so slow. Yeah, it is too slow. If they had higher ones, I'd consider it. It'd be cool to have everything in one. I think I'm bringing Thane with me. It'd kind of be cool to have everything in one bill anyway. Damn. I shouldn't have chose him. Damn. I forgot. I shouldn't have chose Thane. Damn. We fucked up here. The AT&T internet is so expensive. The reason I don't have AT&T is because they only offer 75 down here. And 75 is not enough. Or else I'd 100% would have switched. Come to New York. I think when I was in New York, I had Comcast.
This is
I think.
most recent scar.
Or Xfinity, whatever it's called now.
Surface city to fall in the rebellion.
Same? Yeah, it's so slow. And the thing is, my friend who lives 4 minutes from me has a gig of power, so he has the full gig down, gig up. But it's not available in my neighborhood. It's actually crazy.
If you wish to join Clan Urdnot, you must contemplate the keystone.
Your friend got lucky with fiber? He did.
What will happen?
It's available where I'm at? I'm jealous, bro. I wish I had the fiber. You can come over to stream? Thank you, I appreciate that. This man say... Never mind. We go back to the ship, or we...
Started, Shepard. Hit the keystone.
Fiber's goated? Yeah, I wish I had it. I'm stuck on regular cable shit. Unfortunately. Hello?
Let's get started, Shepard. Hit the keystone.
I'll give you back shots if you come over. I mean... What? What? I should have chosen Tally. I messed up choosing Thane. Who said that? I don't know, bro. Someone just kind of...
Hit the keystone.
Someone kind of wild out there. Do I have a save? Oh well. We'll still win. We'll win regardless. I just should have chosen Tally.
First the Krogan conquered Tuchanka and mastered a natural world only we are fit to hold. Here they come. I'm ready.
Hold on, I'm almost ready. Just had to get my credits.
Go down to the sea. I'm on Kira be brilliant.
On a serious note, if you come to New York for some reason, you're near the city, need decent Wi-Fi, I have good Wi-Fi. My mom normally don't mind coming for real. No, I appreciate that. Yeah.
Right on your ass.
I'm in New York in a minute. What the fuck? Oh, shit. I was not noticing that. They came from... fuck they come from.
Will know I'm worthy.
Got them credits. Where's the rest? I hate the IRS so much. What happened? We love Saul, though, for the record. What'd they do? Tell me about your untaxed funds. I'm gonna have to learn how to do taxes as a streamer. So I can, quote-unquote, help. You're dead, buddy. No way I'm telling you. No way I'm telling them how I got the 500K. Yeah, keep that locked. You know what I'm saying? How did you get? Yeah, keep that locked, buddy. Keep that locked.
Here they come. I'm ready.
Are they just gonna keep coming down here, or what?
Wait.
Well, it was against the law, so hold up.
What falls? Embrace the sea. Embrace the sea. Go to the sea.
SMG's nuts. Are you a Fed? No, but we have one in here. I'm just letting you know. We have an IRS agent in the chat. I'm just letting you know. Like, no, I'm not even joking. Feel me?
Ready for another round, Shepard. Attack the Keystone.
We quite literally do. Trying to get this 10%. Yeah, whisper each other is what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
We need to trigger the Keystone. Then the Krogan were lifted to the stars.
I'm not saying anything more.
The fears of a galaxy. An enemy only we could chase to their lair.
Culinary student? He is. Who's our Saul is? Saul works for the IRS.
Come to your death.
Oh shit! What is that? Whoa!
Left flank. On the ground now.
Who? Saul. He's in chat earlier. Whoever created the IRS bit, it can be frustrating. No lie. What the fuck is that? Saul Goodman, yes. Jesus, bro. What is that? We deadass need the hand cannon for that. He's not here. Tell me more about your illegal untaxed funds. Nice keywording. This damn Clixon. It's gonna blow up. I'm taking damage. Anyway. These things are endless. Holy shit. Why do you know and how do you know it's illegal? I'm glad I always do taxes early. I always make sure to do taxes early, you know. Grunt's mission is one of my faves, nice and simple. It is. I'm liking this fight too. I do think I made a mistake though in bringing Thane. I should have brought someone else. I just forgot her name because I'm in the middle of battle. If I get the letter from the IRS, I'm changing the continent. Genuinely, what you do? Can you teach me? I'm broke. Pick up some stuff.
We need to trigger the keystone to continue the right.
Oh, we did it. Bet. Hello? Hello? Thank you. Did I have any other bodies to search?
The keystone. We must.
I know, Grunt. I know, bruh.
Now, all Krogan bear the genophage. Our reward, our curse. It is a fight where the only goal is survival.
Do you really want to smuggle stuff? Oh shit. Get him, Scratch. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Where is it? Oh shit. It's tentacles.
They've seen us.
Damn right they've seen us, bro. Holy shit. What is that? Bro, I haven't seen one of these since the last game. Tentacle Hentai's high, I'm Sora. I need to take cover, we're running. Jesus, bro. We're running, 100%. Over here. It destroyed my cover. I record everything and everything. Tentacles Hentai. Made my 500K in the first 3 months. I don't want to stay in the business because I don't want to get cocky. No, I feel that. I feel that. Got no proof. Bet. You right. I shouldn't have chosen Thane, bro.
Krogan bear the genophage. Our reward, our curse. It is a fight where the only goal is survival.
Could be shit talking. That is very true. You could be.
Everything is shaking.
I'm not nosy. You ain't gotta worry about me talking shit about it. There's one tentacle. Probably shouldn't talk about it in church. That's what I've been saying. You are for real? You should end me though? I'm nosy. Up, our cover's broken. Move. Where'd it go? Yo, I'm almost at 300 on Twitch. There we go. Everyone go follow. Go follow him. Right now. If you, oh shit. If you have not already.
Why are you running?
Give him, I have to run.
Why are you running?
I have to. I have to. Call Grunt a fat fuck. What? Am I healed yet? Shit. Ain't no way he's getting me. Where's he going? I see him, he's over there. Run. Seek cover. We just have to survive for 4 minutes. Oh! I don't have to kill him. Promise that you'll give me seed. That's strange. We don't actually have to kill. We just have to live. Fuck. Keep going. Go, Shepard. Where is he? He moved. He's not hitting me here. Also, I'm making homemade adult clips. They can't track that. Gotta love the homemade. You know? Gotta love it. Will this hit him from over here? He moved. Oh shit. We got 3 minutes to survive. We got this, team. We've got this, team. Diving down.
Finally, an enemy worth fighting.
Where is he going? Where'd he go? Oh, shit. Duck! Look at this. Look at this fighting. Alright, he dove down. Which way is he going? He's popping up right there. There he is. That just fucking hit me. How did that hit me? Yeah, get out of here, bitch. Bitch. Oh! He fooled me. Oh, shit. I thought he went over there. Wait. Fuck out of here, boy. Got him. Aha. We did it. Got him.
We have company. Good.
Wait, we still have more? Damn, I thought that was it. I'm gonna lay down for a little bit. Alright, bet.
And to brought down the Thresher Maw. No one has done that in generations. Would not Rex was the last.
I'll be back if you're still alive. Alright,
beyond my
bet.
genes, which are dead.
Bet.
This will cause discussion. I wonder.
Whoever's okay with his girlfriend doing OnlyFans is a cuck.
Your construction, just the warlord.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
Traits are distilled into
I guess it depends on what, like, how far we're going.
perfect.
Being designed.
You know, some people like take pictures of them toes and just put them out there. I'm cool with that.
And he is truly powerful.
My girlfriend looked like Scratch. It's okay.
A what? A reason to accept you. You are a mistake, but your potential could.
But you know, whoever's into that's into that. I'm not shaming nobody. I don't want to yuck nobody's yum. You feel me?
Now you stop ranting.
How far can you squirt? Well, her.
You could not breed or serve on an alien ship, but you'd be clan in name.
You talk like he's a thing. You're after his power. You don't really want him in your clan.
Depends on how long Scratch makes me whole.
I didn't really want to cooperate with Clan Erdnot either, but I had to. Clan Gatatog is on the verge, either of greatness or of joining the dust. I get traditional support if I fight you, and reformer support if I back you. Your rite of passage tipped that balance too.
It's your choice, Grunt. Sounds like an easy job.
Scratch, I know that pussy grips.
I'm pure Krogan.
Who's?
You were the pretender. Your head is valuable whether you're alive or dead.
Uh-oh.
Just try to take it.
Here we go.
Enemies ahead.
Why am I...
Try a real max weapon.
Yo, Thane, move real quick, bro. I can't see him. Watch out. One down. Two down. Who's next? Advancing. Hit me. Here we go. Light him up. Look at that. He's dead. That's 3 down. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? We got this. This is way easier than that last one. Is it just him? Can't see him. Oh, he's getting bold. He's getting bold. Yeah, he's dead. He got too bold. Fuck out of here, boy. We did it.
Just meat. Let's signal at the keystone to get out of here and leave him to rot.
That was easy. Way easier than the other fight. Look at us go. Oh, shit.
passed the rite of passage, earning the honor of clan and name.
We did it!
Many survive, but it has been years since a Thresher Maw fell. Your names shall live in glory.
Yes, sir.
But you are Urdnot. We now own property. Join the army and apply to serve under a battle master.
Shepard is my battle master. He has no match.
True.
Understood. Congratulations, Urdnot Grunt.
True.
Accept this token from Fortak. His weapons are the finest we have.
I should go.
May your foes be strong enough to keep you sharp.
Now what's this?
Okay. Look at us. We leveled up.
Shepard, I hope you have more blood on your hands and more tales of conquest. What better for proud warriors to discuss?
I took down Saren, one of the top Spectres in Council space.
No small task. We have learned the strength of those who bear that title. You held it yourself, if I'm correct.
Yep. I did.
Go.
May your foes be strong enough to keep you sharp.
Easy. Easy. We did that pretty well. We don't need to listen to that.
The plates to try.
We're pretty much done over here.
You hear that the tank bred and the human killed the Thresher Maw? Everybody's heard. Hasn't been done since Rex himself.
Let's see what Rex got to say. We did it, old Rex. We did that shit.
You just can't help making trouble. No one has killed a Maw since my turn in the right. Next you'll tell me he's a Quint and crap's dark matter. Guess that's what it takes to replace me. You are Urdnot Grunt. Welcome.
That was cool.
Good to see you, Rex. Sure you can't come with us?
Wish I could, but I need to keep these short-sighted fools.
JK has reportedly been fingered to death in prison. Really? I think we're good here. Let's get out of here, shall we? We need to go to the landing platform, so we need to go this way. Yep. Down we go. Opens the door. Down we go.
Clan Urdnot has increased in strength after the destruction of Clan Werlock. In addition, killing the Thresher Maw has produced several...
I wonder what those Turians and Solarians look like up close. Nobody around here to walk. Go to the clan leader. Urdnot Grunt, you go where you want.
We did. Let's see what these guys say now.
Around you, human. This is the Krogan homeworld.
Oh, he's still being disrespectful, huh? Let's see how it is. Let's get on the Normandy.
Unless your Urdnot friend wants to sign on the dotted line, you can go back the way you came.
Let's get back on the Normandy.
The elusive man wishes to speak to you in the debriefing room, Commander.
What?
I bumped into Zaid recently. Quite the character. Given how much violence and destruction that man's seen, he's surprisingly well adjusted. Still, I wouldn't want to be alone with him. Anyway, what's up?
The fuck?
Do you have a moment to talk?
I always have time for you, Commander.
I better go.
Okay. Maybe we'll talk later.
Yeah, we probably will. Let's go down to engineering real quick. Yeah, right down to engineering. There's two people we need to talk with.
Kenneth, what has the new shielding done to your power grid balance? Shepard, what can I do for you?
Have you got time to talk?
I really
She kind of
need to clean
bad,
up the
right?
section.
She
Maybe
wants that
later?
Shepherd Tussy. I'm saying,
let
Kelly kind of a freak for
Talk to you
real.
later.
And I know you can romance Kelly and it doesn't impact anything. So we have to. You know? Oh, not the right one. It doesn't impact anything. So we're good there. Hey, Scratch, how are you? I'm good, Cass. How are you?
Hurt not grunt.
How's your day going?
I like it. I have a clan. That makes me... It makes me want to fight, not just able to. At Uvink, I wanted to disembowel him, to tear out his spine like a trophy.
We started this because you were losing control. Now you sound more violent than ever.
Rex said I was normal. Just had this built-up stuff because of being grown in
He
the
did.
tank. Now that I know it's not an outside thing, and I have a place as a Krogan, I like it. Our enemies are in trouble.
His voice is cool, bro.
And we better not run out of targets.
I'm not planning on living like this forever, Grunt.
Talk like that, and it won't be your choice. I'm sure as hell not quitting with a whimper. Just so you're clear.
Dude, I've been sleeping all day and I missed your stream. Oh, you're good, bro. You're good. Good news is, speaking of, he sounds familiar. I don't know what it is, but she got me I'm saying, yo, Kelly. Let's go to Kelly real quick before I switch switch scenes. So, speaking of VODs, I have finally, with the exception of today's, gotten all the VODs uploaded on my VODs channel. So if you miss something and you don't want to watch on Twitch, they're all up there.
How may I help you, Commander?
She is kind of bad, you know what I'm saying?
Do you have a moment to talk?
I always have time for you, Commander.
Like, I'll show you. Took forever. It's a lot of VODs. So it's every VOD from my very first stream to now. And I still have some to publish. We have everything up until March 8th. Kelly can get it. She will, Glitch. Trust me. She will. So everything up through March 8th is up right now. I have to publish. You know what? I'll publish them right now. Hold on. Let me publish it right now. Manage videos. I don't mean to customize. Yeah, it's literally all of every single stream I've done on Twitch. Let's publish this. Grunt's VA is the same one as Gears of War, and he was the VA for Zeb in Star Wars Rebel. Oh, Link? Yeah, I'll give it to you. Hold on. I did not know that, actually. Publish. The link is youtube.com/@ScratsXVods, I believe. Yep, that's it. So that's the link to every single VOD. That's every single stream that I've done. I need to change the description, but that is it. I'll mass change the descriptions, but I'm publishing the rest. Steve Blum. He has a cool voice. He has a pretty cool voice, I think. You know? That is the VODs channel. I'm trying to make it to where it won't be available right after, but pretty soon after stream is done, it'll have everything up. I just have to download it. I wish I had it auto. That's why you sounded familiar? Yeah. We're almost all the way caught up. I'm publishing the last of them. Because today's the 14th. Yeah. So, visibility, public, publish. And then the last one is about to be published. But yeah, I finally got them all up. It took forever, but I did it. Public, boom. Okay, yeah, so every single stream that I've done, with the exception of today, is now officially live on the interwebs. So, because, Twitch, I'm glad that I got it early, because Twitch has it to where your VOD gets deleted, right? And so I'm glad I have literally every stream. So if I want to look back, I can. And excuse the first stream. The first stream was not very good. First stream, not very good. That was still when I was figuring everything out. My mic was bad. I had shield mode on. It was not great at all. Do that. Copy that. Update. Understand. Yeah, and then today's VOD will be up later. once I get it all downloaded. Yeah, I'm glad that I think it was Curse that told me to start a VOD channel. That was a good suggestion, because now I can like look back whenever I want and see how bad I was and see how things have grown, which is cool. I like it. I'm a fan. But while that's updating, let's see what Kelly has to say.
How do you feel about being assigned to the Normandy?
I was handpicked by the Elusive Man to help fight the
I do like Kelly.
known to humanity. How do I feel? Honored.
I'm glad we get to get with Kelly without there being any consequences. You know what I'm saying?
We can't fail.
Don't worry. We'll defeat the Collectors.
I trust you implicitly. The moment I met you, I knew I could close my eyes, fall back, and you'd be there.
I might do more than catch you, Kelly.
You know what I'm saying?
That's an enticing thought. Anything else you'd like to talk about?
How do I feel? Horny. Exactly. No, that's it.
Go.
Okay. Maybe we'll talk later.
She said we have another quest, but I don't know if I want to trigger that yet. No unreads. No archives. Upgrades are good, I think. This one's better. This one's better. That one's cool. Jacob, of course, he doesn't have nothing else. Jack stays like that, and Cosmic. Good. Everyone's suited and booted, how I like them. What do we have left to do? Samara. Oh wait, we have to go talk to Samara? Bad. Let's go talk to Samara. Say less. Hold on, let me see if the VODs are done. Those are done. Let me just do the rest and then we're good. Edit, description, paste, update. I understand. Boom. Okay, yeah. They're all up though. All the VODs is up. Crew quarters. She's in here.
I am glad you came. I must ask for your help. That is not easy for me.
Take your time,
It's all
Samara.
right. Just tell me what you need.
When we met on Ilium, I told you about a very dangerous person I was pursuing. Using the information you obtained, I have located her. She's been going by the name Morinth. I would like to apprehend her before she disappears again.
Tell me about
Who's that?
She is an Ardat Yakshi. It is a term from a dead Asari dialect. It means demon of the night winds, but that is mythology. She is simply a very dangerous woman who kills without mercy.
So is an Ardat Yakshi a special kind of murderer?
Morinth suffers a rare genetic disorder. When she mates with you, there is no gentle melding of nervous systems.
What's that
She
mean?
overpowers yours, burns it out, hemorrhages your brain. You end up a mindless shell, and soon after, you are dead.
That sounds intense. Like, we kind of got to experience that, right? Yeah, promise?
This is
Like,
definitely worthy of your full attention.
hey,
She confuses her victims, twists their feelings. They will do anything for
sounds
her.
exciting. That's what I'm saying. Like,
We need to stop her.
Thank you, Commander.
we need to do
There are
that
no
quest.
words to express what this means to me. There is one thing more. This creature, this monster. She is my daughter.
Oh. Okay. Yo, we're still being good to tomorrow, though.
I cannot imagine what this is like for you.
I do not want pity, Shepard. I do not accept it. My daughter's condition is my fault, and my redemption lies in killing her. Do not pity me. Simply understand my situation.
How did all this happen?
I spent my youth on the move, adventuring. I killed people, mated with them, or just danced the night away. I learned so much, experienced so much, and then my matron days came. I could find
Samara needs to give me some time with her before she does anything. That's what I'm saying.
But
Like,
in one moment,
before you do anything to her, let me deal with it.
It sounds terrible.
I sat in a med lab while a nearsighted
You know,
doctor droned at me.
let's have some one-on-one time
Nothing
first.
was as I thought it would be. I gave up all that I possessed. I own nothing, claim nothing. All my knowledge will die with me. Now my purpose is to destroy my own children.
Those moments change you.
And I've hundreds of years left to live with that. I say too much. Forgive me. Help me find my long...
I want to see exactly what this is so I can better understand the situation. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like, you know, words only do so much, right? It paints a picture, but I need to see that picture in person
We'll go
before we can do anything. You know? That's why I need to go first. I need to go first. Okay. Scratch, do you have Game Pass? Not yet. I need to get it, I just haven't got it yet. What game should I play on there? What games do I need? Exactly, like I gotta experience this to understand, right? And I can only empathize so much without having actually experienced it, right? And so I need to be able to really relate, to see where Samara's coming from. Try a game called Chivalry when you get it. Okay, let me see. Let me look at all of these tabs. Jesus, bro. Look at them. That's what I'm going to play tonight? Okay. I got to see it. Let me see. Chivalry. The game. Medieval Warfare. It's this game, right? Damn, Scratch, right? Close your tabs. You know what's funny? Every single one of those tabs were something we talked about on stream. None of those tabs were open beforehand. Your PC hates you right now? It's chat's fault. You guys get me on tangents. Like, it's literally everything we talked about before I started playing Mass Effect. Like, all of those tabs is insane. Chivalry 2. Oh, I did see the second one. Hold on. I did see there was a second one. This trailer. Watch on YouTube. Gives you a good reminder what we talked about. Exactly. Like we could recap this one, right? Let me
There comes a time when a moment will decide your fate. As the throng of battle echoes against steel and shield, and we cry out towards eternity.
This kind of makes me think of that game, For Honor. Yes.
Ignite the fire of your
I don't know why. It makes me think of that game, For Honor. I haven't played For Honor in forever, though. I thought more people were going to play that game than did it. Jesus.
For Agatha!
Oh, weave that shit. Damn. He just threw a man's head at him. Did you see that? He literally threw a head. It's like For Honor, but better. Jesus. That man picked someone's head up and threw it at somebody. That's crazy. That's crazy. The game is so fun. It looks cool. It looks cool. The head was crazy. I'm saying that. He just like, hold that. Hold that for me. So far in these tabs, what we talked about today, let me save this. Hold on. Because we're doing Samara's Quest tomorrow. Bet. That's the first one we're doing. We have to look at that. But what we talked about today, and this is a long list, and I don't even think this is everything, is Boondocks, Arcane. It has like 81 viewers on Twitch. Interesting. We talked about Boondocks, Arcane, Code Monkeys, Kappa Mikey, Cartoon Network, Ed, Edd n Eddy, Jackie Chan Adventures, Mucha Lucha, Viper from Jackie Chan Adventures, Shigo. We did talk about Shigo. You know how it is. Got to talk about Shigo. Sam from Danny Phantom. Who did this art? Whoa. We did some Danny Phantom talking. Lovesick Sonic. Mafia Trilogy. Yeah, right? That was we talked about DLCs. That's why I have BioShock up. I was looking at categories on Twitch. This is the Pokemon tier list that I was talking about that I said would take me hours to do. I'll take it 100%. This would take me hours. I said we may have to do that eventually. Candy tier list I would talk about. Oh, this was when I was saying that I'm going to do this when I finish the summer cut. The Zelda walkthroughs. We did talk about the Zelda walkthroughs. You know, this is how you knew you had a good walkthrough. Oh, Lulu. You know how it is. Final Fantasy X. We looked that up too. There's another picture of Lulu. Yor. You know, we talked about Yor. We had to talk about Yor. You know what I'm saying? At the full screen just in case, because I know I have some other searches up. There's another Yor. There's another Yor. Fossabot commands. Oh, anime moms. Okay. My love, my sweet. You know, we got Bulma right here. You know how it goes. Man. Dexter's mom. You know, we got Dexter's mom too. We did a lot of looking at moms. Bulma, yep. We did some Android 18. Yeah, you know how it is. We looked at Android 18 as well, you know. This has been a productive stream so far. I'd hit Dexter's mom sexually. Exactly. We got Hinata, you know, we love Hinata over here. Can't go wrong with Hinata. Miss Johnson. We did talk about Miss Johnson. You know, we talked about Anko. You know how it is. Ino. Tsunade. Good thing I did not show Screamo. Hinata can get it 100%. Android 18 can get it too. Yep. We talked about, oh, yeah, we can't forget this. Can't forget her. Talking about Strange's mom. We did talk about Strange's mom too. That's true. That's how we got started on all this. We did, you know, can't go wrong there. I forgot why I had Twitter open. Emotes. There's my VTuber friend again, for those who missed. There is Ellie. You've got my girl, Tintin. You know why I always forget about Tintin? Because I think of that meme. You know that meme I'm talking about? Where it's like, oh, I can do this. And then, let me see. I'll pull up Tintin real quick. We can pull up Tintin. I always forget about Tintin. I'm not going to lie. Because she seems, I'm not going to say useless. But I'm not going to say useless. You know what I'm saying? In fights. When she ran. Yeah, that's exactly what that meme. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Here you go. For the 1010 fans. There's 1010. You know. There she go. Right there for you. 1010. Always keep that. What else we got? That's it. That's all our tabs. It's a lot of anime moms. 1010 is so well written, but they don't show her at all. Yeah, she just It's probably because she gets overshadowed by everybody on her team. You know what I mean? Neji and Rock Lee really kind of... I'm thinking she finna do some shit in the run, and she just doesn't, bro. She doesn't, bro. It's just... She just doesn't do anything. All right. Now we're going to do... Here we go. Let me see. I'm going to close all these tabs. Watch. You ready? Tenten can pull out any weapon. Why doesn't she pull out a 9? She just doesn't know. There we go. All of them closed. We're back. And blast them up. She should. I don't know what Tenten's doing there. If it was me, that's what I'm doing. You know? Fuck shurikens. You're getting bullets. Let's see what you do with that. I'm about to be the Hokage by force. You know? By straight force. You know what I mean? Like, fuck a shuriken. I don't need that shit. I got a 9, and I'll use it. Okay. So, I have the raid target. I was going to raid him yesterday. Hopefully my raids actually work today. They did not work yesterday. We're about to see. Raid channel. We're going to raid the dock. We got to. SHN. Raiding the dock. Same or the day before. Yeah, it has just not been working. So I'm trying it. Maybe it's because I tried it on my computer first. But I have the countdown going. It's just not been working lately. But we're going to raid him. It's been fun. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Same time, same place. Thanks for chilling with me. It really means a lot, you know. We're almost at 200 followers. You know. I'll see y'all. I hope you have a great rest of the day. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Same time. Same place. 10 a.m. Central. See ya.